New Year's. Happy Thursday. Check this out with me, Barry Cunningham. Got some stuff to talk about. Check it out with me. Good morning.
To think like that. See, some people don't get it. There is no plan B. There is no way we're going to lose the midterms. There's no way we're going to lose the midterm. Barry, somebody asked me to actually address this. I posted something earlier, and I said, yeah, we're going to lose the midterms. Yeah, right. And I posted, let me see if I can find it real quick, because I think it's important that the question even came up. That question that came up, it kind of concerned me that somebody would ask about it, because, hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Because the answer to that question is the midterms are irrelevant. If you've been following along what's been happening, not just in the last couple of days, but if you've been following along, the midterms are irrelevant.
Good morning. Happy New Year's.
We are not going to be able to vote our way out of this mess the way we have it, custom of voting. This isn't a Democrat and Republican fight. You've heard that over and over from many people. I don't think people understand. When you're going to vote, it's Democrat, Republican. This isn't about Democrat, Republican. If you watch the news, they're more upset that Nick Shirley exposed the fraud instead of focusing, as a news person is, on who's committing the fraud.
Happy New Year's.
Why is that? Because they are anti-American and, for the most part, probably complicit in taking down America. Do you think that voting a certain way is going to stop your tax dollars from being stolen? It may stop it from going to certain parties, maybe not Somalians, but if you're looking at the Somalians and being completely outraged by that, you're not seeing the whole picture. President Trump's not talking about releasing the hounds of hell on the Somalis. He's not even talking about releasing the hounds of hell on whatever Epsteinian stuff comes up. This is a bigger picture, and that's why I fear people don't understand what we're getting into. This is going to be a fight for the very survival.
Good morning. Good morning.
And people talking, I haven't seen anything, and I haven't heard anything, and I don't get it. Can't have these people poisoning us. Let me see if I can find. This is the post. This is from Gray Man. Gray Man, I featured his video with his arsenal at his house. And Christina, I believe, is either his granddaughter or niece. She
Good morning. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for subscribing. Thank you.
I want you to see. This is from
MK7. Thank you.
Right here in the Fanfare family. I want you to read this. He says, "Hey, Barry, I don't think 90% of those who say they are ready are really ready. It's easy to type.
Happy New Year's to you. I'm here. What you want to talk about?
To walk the road. I love
Name is Deunta. I live in Rockford.
But I need to be honest.
Just want to share some information that's going on about the Somalis.
I wasn't ready when I stepped
What to expect for the new year.
We had the training and countless simulations to prepare, but the actuality of it was a cold slap in the face. When you hear the cracks of gunfire and bullets whizzing by, it's a wake-up call, and it's pretty bad. But the worst thing is having to take a human life. If you have a soul, that is something that never goes away and haunts you to your grave. Chilling. And for those that think that the military will just walk around to keep the peace, think again. There will be no peace. Let that sink in. From an Army veteran, a combat veteran, there will be no peace when this happens. It's going to be incredibly awful. think about it. The kind of money that's involved and the destruction of an entire political party and the possibility of their gods going to jail, they aren't going
Appreciate
to
it,
go
man.
down
Thank
without
you.
total violence. 100% correct.
Happy New Year's.
My wife and me have been preparing for this moment, if this is indeed the moment, since about 1995, and I taught the few family and friends that would listen what I could. Sorry if this sounds kind of depressing, but as Walter Cronkite said, that's the way it is. I hope everyone has a safe and wonderful new year. Well said. Well said. That was from somebody right here in the Fanfare family. There are some law enforcement officers, there are some combat veterans, and they're trying to let people know you've never seen anything like what's going to happen if what we believe is going to happen happens. I said happen a couple times there. If President Trump does what needs to occur, if he indeed is going to unleash hell on these people, your snide remarks and complicit with loser speak are not going to help you, and they're not going to help anybody else. That's probably chilling. There's probably some people now going, you got to be kidding me. Are we going down this road? Oh, yeah, we're going down this road. Because if you're focusing on Nick Shirley, if you're focusing on Epstein, and you're focusing on taxation, you ain't even seen the big picture yet. Because they don't want you digging. Do you realize at this point what the fraud in Somalia, the fraud that's being uncovered in Somalia is like that big? It's that. Remember, our deficit, what, $4 trillion something dollars? 9-10 billion is this big. Over the years, over the decades, they have stolen trillions of dollars from hard-working Americans and have sent your money everywhere. The Europeans look at us like we're scum. Just give us your money, pay NATO, keep giving us money. They come over looking like this. And our presidents and government for decades have just said, okay, what do you need? All right, here's what we're going to get from you. And they don't care that they're taking it out of your pocket. They don't care at all. You are going to be witnessing the end of the $1 trillion grift. It is not going to, they're not going to go away easy. This money has been too good to them. This power has been too good to them. They put you to sleep with the illusion that you were voting. It wasn't until 2020 happened that you realized that there was something afoul with the elections, but you didn't realize, well, they probably did it in 2016, 12, over and over and over. From the White House to Main Street. The people they want, where they want, how they want, for the most part, are the people who are in office. I watched a woman down here who was a real estate agent, and she became like a county commissioner or something. And within 12 months, she had made like $7 million as a local rep. She finally got arrested. She finally got arrested for what she did in a small town in South Florida. She's from, I think, Tamarack, small town. And I thought to myself, if she could make $7 million here, what do those people make it?
Right.
There's a mayor in Illinois someplace, and she was just doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Blatant.
Thanks, Walt. Thanks for joining in. Appreciate it.
Why do you think
Happy
they're
New
so
Year.
crazy? Why do you think that they've been able to do what they've done for so long and don't give a crap what you think? Because you're on a hamster wheel, and the only thing you're good for is to keep feeding the machine. arrests are not going to fix this. When the people said to me, oh, I haven't seen anybody get arrested yet, because it doesn't matter. If there's anything that you have seen with your own eyes, which is what I said yesterday, you had to see it. A woman committed mortgage fraud, and it was clear as day, and it was from a property in Virginia, and she's the Attorney General of New York, and the judges went, nah, no. What do you mean? And then the news said, we all commit mortgage fraud. And they blew it off like it was no big deal. And you can't put $600 in a Venmo account without someone in a black car knocking on your door. James Comey, no, throw that out. We're not going to do that. You had to see that. Then you're like, wait a second. So what in the hell, from what you've seen just thus far, when you saw Letitia James and you saw James Comey, and they both, it was the third person, and they all walked. Take your arrest and stick it. What that should have shown you then is it doesn't matter if you get somebody arrested. That's not going to work. That was part of the reveal. See, I didn't understand when the loser people were saying, oh, I haven't seen any arrest yet. Yes, you have. It didn't stick. So who else do you want to get arrested? Oh, okay, so you want to go through the circus of having somebody arrested who's going to smile in your face because they're going to be out in like an hour, and then they're going to have some other, lackey judge just say, dismissed. Do you think it's embarrassing to these people that they've been arrested? Is that what you're hoping for? Do you think Letitia James is embarrassed? No. In fact, tomorrow she's going to be personally swearing in the traitor.
How you doing there, John? Good morning.
Socialist commie to be the new mayor of New York and be smiling ear to ear, and people will be clapping for her. There's no embarrassment. James Comey, he's just laughing. He laughed when he got arrested. So if you're thinking arrest, you haven't seen anybody get arrested yet. What are you looking for an arrest for? It means nothing to these people. You see, you and me would have some sort of stigma. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe I got arrested. Never mind going back to the mirror and going, I can't believe what I did. These people don't care. They laugh at you. Here, press me, fingerprint me. Hi, whatever. And then boom, they're fine. You think Fannie Willis is upset? No, she already told you she got a whole bunch of cash under her bed. Did you remember that? She get arrested? Nope. I'm not here to bust your bubble. I'm here to get you ready for 2026. This ain't about arrest. It means nothing to these people. There's way too much at stake and way too much money, and it goes way too deep for an arrest up here to even matter. You realize none of these people will spend a night in jail. Whatever person you see get arrested or indicted, they're going to walk in and like, okay, I got dinner reservations at like 6:30. Can we move on with this? Yeah, we're going to put you out on your own recognizance and be back here in 3 months. Got it. Bye. Think I'm lying? Did Letitia James spend the night in jail? Did James Comey spend the night in jail? I don't even remember who the third person was. Oh, John Bolton. I don't know what he's doing, but I know he's not in jail. So let this be your wake-up call that what you're about to see in this video and what you're seeing out there is nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Arrest won't fix it. And then I guess the same person said to me, I'm not even seeing mass deportations. Have you not been paying attention? That ain't working either. The Maryland man is still sitting in Maryland laughing on television.
Right, that's bullshit.
They have worked harder to keep the Maryland man out of jail than any American. And judges keep saying, oh, let him out.
Oh, yeah. We are definitely winning.
He's a bad dude. He beat his wife. He trafficked people. Sorry, let it go. Deportations will not fix this. One of the questions you probably should be asking yourself right now is, why did this story come out in the last couple days at the end of the year? Has anybody thought of that? I mean, there were some people, saluting and high-fiving and giving all kinds of praise to Nick Shirley, which he deserves. In fact, the guy probably put his life in danger.
He did.
But do you think he did this by himself? Do you think all of a sudden he became Elliot Ness and decided he was going to do this? No. Somebody wanted this to come out. Somebody wanted.
Thanks for watching this with me. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
To let you know, it's right in your face. And I told you guys yesterday, this is much bigger than the Epstein stuff because people quickly went, oh, turned away. Epstein, forget Epstein. They're stealing our money. Money will always be, despite what people say.
I'm not stealing. I'm sharing it. That's all I'm doing. Important. Happy New Year to you. Thanks for joining in.
They don't give you 25 years. They will give you more time for robbing a bank than oftentimes assaulting somebody, even killing somebody sometimes. You have to guard the money. The country doesn't run without money. And I'm not talking biblical terms about the love of money. I'm talking about the money that you put inside the furnace to keep everything going. This story dropped for a reason. Because A, it was sensational, B, it was right in your face, and C, it did the job. And what do I mean by it did the job? It's got every eyeball looking at it, and it's causing the left to do things they didn't expect they were going to have to do. They are having to defend fraud. Just imagine it right now. You have the major news networks. You have the politicians ain't saying anything. And people are openly out there defending fraud.
Right.
So why now? And I caution you against the selective outrage that many of us had. I looked at it and went, yeah, this sucks, but there's much bigger fish in this ocean. And so when I saw the video by President Trump saying we're going to be unleashing hell, this is just appetizer stuff. The entire system that we live under is about to go up in flames. From Washington to Main Street. The entire linear progression is one big, giant ass fraud. You guys know I've been involved in real estate, and I can't tell you how many times I've had to just kiss the butt of some person, some idiot who had the power to tell me I couldn't do X or Y or Z until I did something that he wanted. And I remember just talking to my lawyer going, I am not paying this guy off. It ain't going to happen. What do I do? Well, you can file a complaint, but then you're never going to get a permit.
Yes, sir. Yes, MAGA, baby. Go Trump.
It ain't going to happen that way. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the work, and we're going to get it done, and we're going to challenge them to make us say no and try to stop us and put a placard on the door, and then I'm going to go to the press, and I'm going to tell everybody that guy tried to hold me up for some money. I was willing to fight tooth and nail against him, and I never, ever again had a problem with anybody in zoning or planning or code compliance. People knew, he ain't taking his crap. No, not taking it. Not going to do it. And so you, at this point, have to feel the same way. Your entire system that you know is about to get lit on fire, and these people ain't going to go down easy. Not even. Be ready. I mean, it's going to be absolutely crazy. So just those of you who are ready or think you're ready, keep getting ready. And for those of you who are whining, step off. We don't care what you think. You are doing nothing. I'm trying not to block people because I don't like to do that because it's not really insulting me, but you're embarrassing yourself by whining. I mean, seriously, you look like a little bitch. And I can't take people who whine. I don't want them in my business. I don't want them around me. I don't even want neighbors that whine. Because here's what has to happen. As I segue into showing you the videos from today, when we were last together, I said, you got to get out there. You got to show people. You got to do something. And many people said, I'm just me. I'm just here. What do I do? Well, you're the same as me. I'm just me. I can't bring down all this stuff, but what I can do is use my platform to tell as many people as possible about it. You can do exactly the same. You're all walking around with one of these. And even if you think nobody can see what you're posting, the algorithm's killing me. Keep posting it. Keep pushing the message. Keep letting people know you are not going to stand for this. It's the only way. And I got your back. There are people. What's a person's name? They send me so many things, and they're like, "Hey, here's something you might not have seen. This. Go ahead and push it."
Sure.
Like, oh, okay, thank you. And some of the videos this person sent me, you're gonna be seeing, because it's my job to try and assemble stuff and then show it to you, so then you can show other people. I'm one man, but we got, I don't know how many people are watching, but it's so good because other people can share the messaging. So I'm not asking you to stand post. I'm telling you to get ready to stand a post. That's what President Trump just said. Yeah, that's what he just said. I'm going to play it one more time because it's so short. It's just 40 seconds. And I want you to listen to every single word in this post because somebody was very meticulous to find it. And they wanted you to hear it.
Hold the line. Stay with me. Brothers, what we doing live? Echoes and eternity. Stretch your arms, strength and arm.
Strength in arms. Yes, yes.
At my signal, unleash hell.
Yep, you're right, Terry.
This year, get him or her something they will actually from their Kentucky. But in any event, all right. So had to take a little profit center break there, as Rush Limbaugh used to call it. Again, thank you guys for tuning in 2025, and this is the last show of 2025. I'm not sure. They're saying that President Trump is going to go to some party tonight. If they broadcast it, I might turn it back on because they're doing something at the White House later on. So we'll see. Maybe this won't be the last show. Last show of this type. All right. So I've shown you the motivational video twice now, or 3 times, and I hope you heard. And the first thing was, hold the line. Hold the line and be ready to unleash hell, and it's going to be epic. I can't wait. But it's really important, I think, that people realize it's not about arrest. It's not about midterms. Democrats know that. That's what the whole seditious six were trying to avoid. They know when he goes ahead and does the Insurrection Act, you realize at that point, we're no longer talking about courts. That's what terrifies them. The fact that they can't run to some district court and say, hey, make him stop. Nah, too late. You had your chance.
Yep.
You showed us what you could do, and it's too late. That's why it's getting so scary right now. Make sure that you have, as I've said before, I'm not going to go into a long diatribe about it, but make sure you've got provisions. Make sure if the lights go off, make sure if there's no internet, make sure if the bank's ATM, you better have some stuff, which is why I talk a lot about silver and gold. I didn't, when I first started talking to Lear Capital about silver and gold, I wasn't even talking about the investment, the speculation on it. I was talking about it as being a hedge to make sure you're protected in case something happens. And it's turned in and people are speculating with it. And, it's been going up and down right now. Which is, by the way, let me explain to you guys a little bit of what's going on. All right, so obviously the banks are trying everything they can do to try and suppress the price because they're short. They don't have the physical silver and gold. Now, what you're going to see over the next, I don't know, today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4 or 5 days, you're going to see a decline in price. Why? Because the markets are closed. And so it's going to allow them to try and get in there and manipulate as much as possible. You may see silver drop $10, $12 an ounce. You may see gold drop $100 an ounce. Because now the bad people are going to have 4 unabated days to do whatever they need to do. So understand, if you see silver drop to 63, 64, chill or buy. I mean, if it gets back down to 63,
Like the whole Bible is a
I'm going to
movie.
buy some
It'd
more.
be epic.
Because I know what's going to happen after the first of the year, actually, when people go back to work. Right up. And I'm not doing it for speculation. I'm doing it to.
They had an Epstein files for years. It had been in his term. He wouldn't have been president if the files had been out already.
What happens over
Ain't nothing on him. It's all Bill Clinton.
Trump is going to pull the trigger on what he needs to do. So let me show you what you can be doing. And when I say you individually, because there's a whole bunch of you, and at the same time, there's nothing that the people you're about to see are doing that you can't do. Whether you do it yourself or you promote what they're doing, making sure it's not fake and stuff. But it's starting to work. They have no bolt holes to go into, and they're making themselves look silly. Look at this.
Unfortunately, we saw that there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also
Look at the Karen in the background shaking her head. Look at that.
there were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were from.
So this
Oh, the
guy
Karen.
is told to go out there today with this hostage white liberal woman behind him and say that they broke into our office and they stole all of our records.
No computers. Nothing else but
$10
documents.
billion. We know you have computers. We know even me, even I don't have a bunch of napkins running around with receipts and stuff on it. You want the American public to believe at this point that you were the mastermind of a $10 billion theft ring and the dog ate your homework. That's what you want Americans to believe right now. That's how little they think of you. If this is the move, oh, these people are so screwed. I mean, they took all our stuff. So you guys are running around like the mob, keeping notes on napkins, eh? Well, there's one place we know that's not true. Without even meeting Mr. Somali here with the New York Yankees hat, there's one place I know that's not true. The bank. Unless they were never putting the money in the bank. Unless they were cashing. I mean, no, they had to because the government was sending them money. But now they want you to believe that all our records got destroyed. So you're telling me with a $10 billion fraud ring, you didn't have the capability of even putting it on your phone. The dog came in, just happens after Nick Shirley's video. The dogs came in and they stole all the documents. We don't have no paperwork. You buy? Who's buying that?
This is devastating news.
It's devastating, yeah.
Targeting our Somali community.
That's why, because you actually did it. And ask the white lady behind you, she'll tell you.
As one video made by a specific individual made this all happen. We've been receiving hateful messages through our voice notes threatening us for the past couple of days, including one that happened yesterday morning when after the break-in. This is frightening and exhausting because this is happening to us Somali communities as Somali Americans.
What?
Straight bullshit.
Somali Americans? Which one of you brothers is American? Please do tell us which one of you salutes the flag. The blasphemy that just came out of your mouth, I should backhand you.
Right, you always all y'all got is a Somalian flag.
No.
Where the American flag
No.
at?
You had temporary protective status. That does not make you an American. And number two, show me I don't see no American flags on any of the buildings. You're supposedly having a daycare for kids?
Yeah, right.
And you don't even have American flags? Seriously? What exactly are you teaching these kids? Oh, that's right. Probably how to open up daycare centers.
We are supposed to stand with each other and help each other through everything that's happening. This is also sad that a video can cause all of this.
Thanks for joining in. Happy Thursday. Happy New Year's.
Put a
Like and subscribe.
spotlight on it. The video didn't cause anything. The video has caused, I guess you could say, people to start looking. Everybody except the crazy white lady behind you.
Look at
I want
Karen.
to say that there are hundreds of daycares out there, Somali daycares that are out there, and we all help our children and everyone in our community. We have high quality daycares, and this is very sad news that
Just remember that line. We have high quality daycare. Maybe nobody told them what high quality actually looks like, because from what we've seen thus far, you'll see coming in here, there ain't nothing quality about what these people are doing. I wouldn't drop Midas and Lily off at some of these places. I mean, when we go away, we have to drop off Midas and Lily at the sitter's house. Robin walks in and makes sure everything's clean, and they've got little fluffy beds and all kinds. These people are holding people's kids, supposedly, and he calls this crap high quality? Oh, wait till you see it.
one individual who made a false claim about fraud that is happening in daycares, how engaged everyone else to come and do this to us.
False claim, huh? False claim. You know how you can prove that?
Thanks for joining in, you guys. Appreciate it. Mysterious, Kitty, thank you guys for joining in.
Slander and libel and all the other things that go along with it. Truth is a 100% defense against slander. If I say, or somebody says, Barry, you need to lose about another 40, 50, 70 pounds. Oh, how could you dare say that to me? That's slander. Your Honor, I want to sue him for slander. He's telling the truth, man. Oh, truth. Truth is the bar. Truth is the bar for determining slander and all these other things. One guy with the video took pictures of your sign that says leering. That wasn't made up. That wasn't faked. That wasn't just one guy with the video. We all seen it. And we all know how to spell leering, and we know it's not learning. You were so stupid that you built this sign or had it made, and the people who you bought it from are so stupid that they didn't even say, hey, I've done some quality check here. It looks like you spelled learning wrong. Nobody noticed. Maybe it was some kind of underground Somali code. No, it was that bad. It was done with such haste that's what you needed to do. Let's continue.
You're at Halali Safia Child Care Center in Kent, Washington. They have received $863,000 since 2023.
That's crazy.
Any signs right off the bat that it's a child care facility? There's no car seats, there's no children's toys, something like that. So we're going to go in and we're going to check it out. Hi, is this Halali Child Care? No, there's no child care here. Oh, God, thank you so much. There's no child care.
Is that a fraud? I believe this guy's name is Cam Higbee. Just another guy with a couple of cameras, and pull up the address. Oh, that's right. You can't pull the addresses up anymore because they don't want you even knowing where these places are. They don't want independent journalists because we know the mainstream's not going to go. They don't even want you going to these places, so they've taken down the website.
Damn.
But the internet lives forever.
All right, guys, we're just at Halali, what's allegedly Halali Child Care Center in Kent, Washington, which is right behind me right here. I went up to the door, the exact address listed on the state website, receiving over $800,000 in 2023. They claim there's no child care here. A couple $100,000 for the cars. I went and tried to ask neighbors if there was daycare there. Nobody answered. But I could see the people who lived in that house peeling the curtains back because just like all the other places, all the curtains were drawn, you couldn't see it or anything. They're peeling the curtains back and watching me as I walk around to the neighbor's house, and they're scrambling and yelling, and I can hear them. What's up with that? Pretty weird. So I'm out of the field now. I'm back at the house, and I'm looking at this Halali Safia children's daycare on their government webpage, and their licensed capacity is 9, just like the other place, and their total available slots, the total amount of children they can take on is
How you doing there,
6,
Todd?
meaning the
Thanks for
state
joining in.
serving
Happy New
children.
Year's.
It's likely they're not serving any children, considering they told me they're not a daycare. But at most, there could be 3 children being served by this place, and they're raking in $800,000 since 2023.
That's 2 years.
Insane.
That would be $400,000 a year. That's
No,
just
thank you,
one
man.
place. One in Seattle or someplace. $800,000 in 2 years, and the lady goes, "Oh, we ain't got no kids here." You could be doing this.
I've now pulled up one of their inspection reports for Halali, and what you see is, again, short-term, long-term, serious, and immediate risks. The government defines serious and immediate risks as risks that pose serious risk of injury, illness, or even death for children.
That's what's up, Mike. You knew all this time. That's what's up, man.
Report with no indication that it's been corrected or fixed, and they're still raking in hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Now understand, this guy isn't in Minnesota. Cam Higbee, he's out in Washington. So the
How you doing,
people in
Aspen?
Washington
Happy New
have
Year's.
gotten wind of, hey, listen, they're on to us. They're trying to stop the grift. What are we going to do? Well, one politician, and I wrote, the fraudsters are on the run with the help of the government. The deep state involvement is now confirmed. This broke this morning in response to the massive daycare fraud being exposed by independent journalists using state-run websites. Washington State Senator Lisa Wellman has pre-filed legislation to hide information about daycares and their operators from the public. We don't even want you seeing what we're doing. We don't even want the American public to even see this information.
Yep. Happy New Year's to everybody.
They've hustled this fast.
Thanks for joining
To
in.
try and cover it up. There was another one, too, from the same state of Washington. Let me show this to you. This is the Attorney General for the state of the entire state of Washington. is now accusing journalists of harassment for investigating fraud in fake daycares. Democrats don't want us uncovering fraud because they're the ones committing it and benefiting from it.
How you
Why
doing,
do you
John?
think they're
Happy New Year.
reacting so quickly on a holiday week? On a holiday week, they've summoned the people into government. Do something. Just like everybody on our side says, do something.
Yeah, justice needs to be done for the
What
victims,
they're
definitely.
doing something is they are trying to hide the crime.
Whoever's involved, they all need to
You've
go
got
in
them on the
jail.
run. You've got these people wondering what the hell to do. And because of that, Harmeet Dillon, she posted this. She says, one, any state official who chills or threatens to chill a journalist 1A rights will have some serious explaining to do. Civil rights takes potential violations of 18 U.S.C. 242 seriously. Govern yourselves accordingly. And then she says, don't let woke AGs intimidate you from committing journalism. So think about what I said earlier when I said, why now? And you've got an attorney general or deputy attorney general going, go for it.
Right, if something's been filed, should have been released. It. Don't wait till 2 terms. All of a sudden now, saying that you want to release it.
Is things start coming up.
Or talk about it.
Start popping up out of the dirt. And it leads you this way, in this trail, in this trail.
Prayer for
Don't
the
be
victims
surprised if some of these
and pray for justice.
Attorney generals and politicians start showing up on some of these documents or on some of these phone numbers.
Understand how this is possible. A normal inspection report for one of these daycares is like 2 pages long. But look at this. It just goes on and on and on with short-term, long-term, serious, and immediate risks. On and on. I mean, I don't even know how far. We're not even halfway. You can see the scroll wheel on the side. This is how long this report is.
Most of you have probably had children or grandchildren. Like I said, Robin used to really go in with a look at where we drop our dogs off. So you as a parent or a grandparent, if you had to use daycare, I'm sure you've done the same thing. Let me see where I'm dropping little Freddie off. I want to make sure, I'm going to check the bathrooms. I'm going to look at all the reports. So if by chance you were really dropping a kid off at a daycare center, you're going to do some, due diligence to make sure that's a nice, safe place. And this guy's going through a whole binder full of violations. Who's dropping their kid off there? Pages and pages of violation happen to be on a computer, not in some napkin in the back of an office somewhere.
It should be only 2 pages. Look at this. I mean, we have to be 20 pages deep at this point. So that inspection I just showed you, the horrendously failed inspection, was in February of 2025. But if we come over here to their funding, check this out. February 2025, they received $32,840. In March, another $32,688.
Now, you know why they want to take the websites down. This was supposed to be public record wherever you are. I don't care if you're, as I often say, Boise, Idaho. This is supposed to be public record for anybody to peruse. When I told you earlier, what can you do? You can do this. And if you find out that they've taken it down, well, then you need to tweet that. You need to let people know, hey, listen, I was looking at, Frankfort, Franklin, Tennessee, and I was looking at the daycare stuff and the site's down. They took this.
Yeah, we just showed a clip of that
look further.
a minute ago about the break-in live.
Knock on some doors. This is so big, at the same time, just representative of a small part of the fraud.
In April of 2025, 32,688. And again, there's no indication that these issues were fixed.
Yeah, daycare workers should get paid more.
207 is the most recent inspection that's occurred for this place.
So I put out a video earlier that was she goes by Lovey-Dovey Do #3 over on X. Or over on TikTok.
Yeah, sound like we just played it.
The video that was exposing the daycare centers 2 months before Nick Shirley actually showed up in Minnesota and actually took them down. Well, the citizens of Minnesota have been diving in. They found 60 of these daycare centers registered with the exact same address. Remember when the migrant children were vanishing and somehow our government managed to deliver like 561 children to the exact same address at the exact same apartment complex? And we just were like, oh, well, yeah, maybe it was an accident. It was a typo. No, there's no typo. They don't make typos. This is all one big child trafficking.
Hey, Michael, everything is distraction.
Operation where citizens are actually going back home to
Good
their
or bad, I hate to say it. It's a big world.
their fellow citizens. So when they get visas and they come to America, they know how to defraud our system. And it's all happening right in front of our noses. And our government just, how much longer would that have gone on if Nick Shirley wouldn't have went there? Check this out.
Following the Nick Shirley video, the people of Minnesota have jumped on board to help out.
You gotta stay prayed up.
And what they've been doing is they've been doing internet searches of active Somali daycare centers in their neighborhoods. And they found 60 active daycare centers at one address.
If this stuff wasn't so brazen, if this stuff wasn't so absolutely insane, it would make for a nice sitcom. They didn't care. They booked 60 different daycare centers at one address.
One.
And nobody thought otherwise. Nobody cared to look into this and, hey, boss, we just got applications for 60 daycare centers. And they're all at the same address at the same time. Oh, well, Wally Nigerian must have found another job. He's in Minnesota just approving everything.
1821 University Avenue. How can you have 60 daycare centers at that one address? Christy Nome has ordered DHS into Minnesota. They're in Minneapolis today.
So,
Biden had it,
for a second,
Obama
and I
had
want
it,
you to
and
take a
nobody
look
didn't say
at this
nothing
woman.
then. So something going on.
She is a middle-aged white woman, and she doesn't seem overly intimidating, but nonetheless, she's out there. She's out there investigating. The rage that she feels has compelled her to get out there. I'm not telling you to get out there. I'm telling you.
Not about being racist to the Somalians. It's just the fact $9 billion, you know what I'm saying, is frauded. And the fact that everybody keep on talking about reparations, but that was it right there, $9 billion in reparations. Black Lives Matter, $1 billion. That could have been towards reparation.
But you can find this woman,
Shit
the
crazy.
other guy talking, that was Ryan Matta. You can see his stuff amplified.
Reparation, I don't
Get
know,
it out there.
it's silly because I'm a descendant,
Different daycare centers.
not from Africa. I'm an American.
Shut them down once and for all. Hopefully, there will be mass arrests,
And the whole world was slaves.
and deportations. But all that remains to be seen. We'll have to wait and see how this all shakes out. But apparently, Nick has another big story up his sleeve.
Yep, Tampon Tim.
Coming out with pretty soon.
But again, I want to caution you against thinking about the big arrest, because that's not going to be the goal. The goal at this point, like I said, the arrests aren't coming. They're probably not going to see the type of arrest that you want. We'll get some Somalis. Yeah, we'll catch them. Those are low-hanging fruit. If you ever watched any mob movies or even the Untouchables, there's a whole lot of people at this level here that you can arrest, but you want up there. You want to know who is pulling the strings. These people didn't know how to pull this off without a lot of help here. And if they were sending people to Somalia before they got here, who was handling that? Who was seeding Somalia with tools and educational information to teach fraudsters overseas? Because that is definitely RICO.
Today I'm showing you 161 Child Care in Columbus, Ohio.
And as you can see, it does not look like a child care center at all. It is locked. It says it's open. There's a little desk right there, but the ceiling's all falling out and stuff like that. And if you come around back, you can see that this place is just a total dump.
Literal just debris everywhere.
That's all it's about. Stop stealing.
Just a question. How do you enroll? How do you enroll your children?
Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate it.
You can't do
Happy
that?
New Year's.
No kids? So how can I enroll my children? It says you get public money through Ohio. You get money through the state.
Look at her eyes. Scary.
If they start talking to these people and they start finding out maybe there's another violation, are you telling me white people can't put your kids in here? This is a Somali daycare center only. Imagine that. Wherever you live, if there was a big sign, no white kids. Or if you decided, no Somali kids, what would happen? These people are panicked. If somebody went and knocked on my door, it is a business. See, one of the things you're also going to see on news is that these people were, quote, terrorized.
Yeah, Omar kind of quiet.
You have a business. The reason you have a business establishment is you're open to the public. If I go into a restaurant and cause a scene, then I could get in trouble. But I can surely show up at the restaurant. I surely can walk in and see if I want to eat here. See, the fact that they're not allowing people, and what are you filming? The word went out. The white people are coming. See, that's what's happening. They sent the wrong people. They need to send in these areas the brothers or something.
That's what I keep hearing. They said she married her brother.
Send somebody like that. Somebody
You're hearing the same thing from the President Trump, from other sources.
Everybody in these communities knows who the other people are. Probably some of their sisters and brothers and wives and husbands, all the same thing. But in that event, they know we don't get any customers. So the fact that there's people showing up, this is a problem. This is a big problem. You're going to see some people probably take it off. Because if she had a door padlocked, who were you videoing for? Say, by the way, she was doing it. You can do it. It's that simple.
That ring. So as you can see, no one here is answering. It's just past 10 a.m. right now. Looking to get some information about childcare. Okay, so as you can,
Wha-bam! Number one, that is like the most nondescript childcare place I've ever seen. By the way, these are all government housing too. On top of everything else, they're operating businesses out of Section 8 housing. Those of you guys may not have ever had Section 8 tenants before, but one of the clauses is this is for residential purposes only. You can't just file to have a business that you're getting tens of millions of dollars from in Section 8 housing. You just told us I can't afford to live here, but you're getting millions of dollars. That's fraud on top of the fraud. These people are going to start heading for the hills. I mean, seriously, when they start talking to people and find out you're in Section 8 housing, and now they know you've been getting money for oh, God.
Thank you guys for your likes and subscribing. Thank you guys. Happy New Year's. Appreciate that.
I just asked about childcare. Is this childcare for children? It's not? Yeah, I just want to make sure this is Tawakal House. Okay, just wanted to make sure. What's the email address? This is Yelene Childcare here at 2918. Okay, how come I can't receive childcare here? Okay, please come required. I saw this location on the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. I just saw you go in a moment ago, ma'am. Are you unfamiliar with this address right here, 2918, is listed? I don't know. The kid started to answer honestly, and his dad then became a bit panicked and rushed him inside. Hello?
I saw you move the blinds. I'm just like,
It's not just about being a MAGA, because once Trump leaves, Trump's out of office. He got 3 more years. So it's beyond Trump. It's about putting America first, because Trump ain't be in office. He's going to have JD or somebody else. But other than that, it's not just about being MAGA. It's about America.
You know, I know from
Common sense.
And you probably have
Men
business where actually you patron
in men's sports and women in women's sports.
You want people to see. Look at my place of business. Please come in. Most unappealing places you ever want to. Well, who would want to drop their kids off in what looks like a prison? If that's what it was supposed to be for. Remember, these aren't offices that aren't open to the public. These are freaking daycare centers. How do you get clients if you don't open the door?
looking for some information about childcare, daycare. Looking for information about childcare.
That's
so
tight.
the person just moved the blinds over there. There's absolutely someone here. This business is open right now, according to the DCYF website. If you've seen the Nick Shirley story on YouTube.
All right, so now this is where it gets fun, and hopefully the people here don't get pissed off. So they get mad. They get mad that he's out there, and they call the popo. And the popo comes, and they try to, you can actually see the Seattle police try to construct the story that this guy filming is the bad guy. The police seemingly are in on it. Listen to what happens here.
About Minnesota, where they've got all those facilities over there, and they're listed as, operating 24/7, 365. So I came down here as a journalist to see if that's in fact what's going on. This Seattle Housing Authority location is listed as having, within a 3-square block area, as having 20 facilities operating childcare at them. And so far, only one of them appears to be legit.
You have a gun on you?
Do you have a gun on you? You know I got a camera, right? I've been filming the whole time. No, I don't got a gun on me. You understand that there's 20 daycare centers in this Section 8 housing. Let that just sink in for a second. We're not only paying for all the kids, but the government's also paying the rent and whoever lives there. They get free housing so that they can get their business housed, and they get the money for the business that they're not doing. And the cops come and hassle this guy.
Okay. Well, the issue is that now they're saying that
How you doing, Jess?
in a way to demonstrate
Yeah, American only.
you didn't. There's no intention. Okay, well, don't lie to me.
Don't lie to me. We know you have a gun. No, man, I ain't got a gun. I didn't lift my shirt. You know how I can tell you I didn't lift my shirt? I'm holding a freaking camera, moron. Did I put the camera down? Here, look. You see the camera go down? Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? I'm here to try and find out what's going on. I'm here to expose this stuff. That's all I'm doing. Why are they all mad? Why did they call the police? Why did they feel danger? Because they're getting exposed like roaches?
There was someone back there, someone over here. Did you feel fear for your safety? Like what was going on?
No, I didn't feel fear. I didn't feel fearful for the safety. I was like, hey guys, what are you doing?
Okay. And so to that end, did you ever move your shirt to reveal that you're armed? You can tell that the community is upset at large. And so if we just walk away from this, then obviously that's going to have, well-documented after effects. So.
Did you hear what he just said? A police officer just said if we just walk away from this, shit's going to happen. Isn't that your job? You just told the guy with the camera who's not doing anything, standing on.
Right, we all working hard out here. They getting all these expensive cars. They ain't doing nothing.
Bad things are going to happen. Oh,
Just
so now
scamming
you're telling
people.
me these Somalis are violent. Now you're telling me this is pretty much a no-go zone. I can't be here because these people might go off. That's the Seattle law enforcement going, if I just leave, I can't help you. These people going to go off, man. Here, you know what's going to happen. No, I don't know, officer. Tell me when you leave, I'm not allowed to stand here on the frickin' sidewalk with a camera. Remember, a place of business does not have any expectation of privacy. Can you imagine a cop in your area telling you, hey, I'm here right now. I can't help you when I leave.
I have kids, okay? I have kids sleeping in my room.
So,
No, I
I'm
did not call
going to DC by a child.
okay? Don't tell me that.
There's licenses. I'm going there to see if you guys have applications for service.
Do you have a light?
Yes, it's a business. You've seen my.
It's obvious more of us than them. You know that, y'all.
I think I probably am gonna just cut out of this community right now. I mean, I've got 12 out of 20 places, and out of those places, 11 seem incredibly suspicious.
But it's both the immigrant that comes in here bogus, breaking the law already, comes in and break one of our women. That's not cool. That's petty. That's ignorant.
Oh, you want me to come in front of you?
No, just go, sir. Have a good night.
That's not like a threat or something, is it?
No, it's okay.
Okay, all right. Have a good day.
Really, man, 90 years ago, we're in 2026, man. Technology, everything is much different.
Intense. Seattle Housing Authority District here in Rainier Valley. Here in southeast.
Okay, did the immigrants come over the border bogus in 90 years ago, or they came in correctly is already here? Because other than that, they breaking the law.
And kind of ugly that was starting to feel. I think I'm gonna probably call it good for today. I mean, that's pretty intense. We've got 2917, 2918, two Aaliyah and Rihan right around the corner. A lot of people getting angry here, and I think we know why. And then Tawako, Basha, Ilhan, Wright Family Daycare, Honey Home Daycare, Ayla. There's 12 of them that I've been to now that have indicated that they mostly are not operating above board. So I think we're going to have to do that now. This is public records request is done. So what I'm going to do is head out of the area right now. I got on a swivel for sure.
How sad is that you have to keep your head on a swivel to get out? You know, it's funny. While he was talking, I was looking over at the chat, and there's a few people that are trolling really hard. They're lucky SV's not here today, so they're good for now. But the thing that is so interesting is that how is this, for some people, a Democrat-Republican issue? How is this even a white-black issue? See, the deflection that people are trying to do is to stop you from focusing and seeing what is happening and trying to divert your attention into thinking this is something that always happens and you people are just mad. You're just pissed off. And in that short couple-minute clip, you saw even the police department seemingly not wanting to deal with it. Don't. You're causing a scene here, bro. Just get out. That's a problem. That's a malaise. That is a disease that you can't even count on the local police department to even look at what's going on. That the cop said, why you gotta lie to me? I ain't lying to you. I'm here with the camera, which is one of the worst things people want to see because there's no getting away from it. And I'm sure he had records, and they probably had to, they probably could look at him and everything. But just understand, this is getting under a lot of people's skin. Good. So I wanted to show this to you. There's no volume in this section here, and what this is showing you the amount of money. $14 million was given to this organization. And there's nothing that these people, it went all at the same time to the same address to the same businesses. I keep saying businesses, but these aren't businesses. This is nothing but fraud. You can't even hide it, except for taking down the websites. $14 million. I can't even imagine how much money has been going on for quite some time. And this guy who made this video is just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. That's how bad it is. That was just one. Anybody, you guys can do this. You can just start looking up these things and understand. I'll take full responsibility to tell you this. Not every business that you see there that may have a funny name, Somalian or otherwise, is necessarily fraudulent. With that said, that's when it takes deeper digging. Like if you go by, Happy Trails Daycare Center, like, oh, okay, there's kids here, they're doing all this stuff. I still don't understand why they need so much money. It's not like my restaurant, if I owned a restaurant, would be getting millions of dollars from the government. Why are they paying off all these daycare centers? Those aren't businesses then. If you're getting millions of dollars from the government, that's not a business. That is a subsidiary of the government of the city, county, state you're in.
You have just reported it to the police, okay? Okay, that's fine. I'm not breaking any laws. You are resisting. I'm not. Huh? I'm just asking, is this a child care center? I know who you are. Okay, is this a child care center? I'm a what? I'm a what? Did you say I'm a terrorist? I know who you are. We are here at the Benatti Child Care 2 LLC on Cleveland Ave in Columbus, Ohio at 5 p.m. On a weekday. It says that they are open from 6:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Sunday. And, it's 5 p.m. right now, and we'll knock on the door and see if anyone's actually here.
Would you drop your kid off there?
No.
I'm just saying. High quality.
Hell no.
Daycare. Huh? Would you drop your child off there?
Doesn't look like there's anyone that would be here. Certainly not a place that I would want my children if I had kids to.
Right. It's all this like a little dopamine. That's all it is.
Wait a couple more seconds, maybe give another knock.
Trump the one that signed to it be released.
Don't hear anything, no cars, and it's 5 p.m. So
And Joe Biden in his auto pen.
you would think lots of pickups going on if this were actually a active child care center. There's a camera right there. Right up there, you see. So.
I want to meet the parents who dropped their kids off there. If that was even a real daycare center, somebody gonna have to explain to me. Why would you leave your kids there by the side of the highway in a broken down shack of a building?
Well, Epstein said he believed Trump was an informer.
This doesn't make any sense. None.
Do you have some sort of activity going on? There's a boutique right next door, so with Arabic writing on it. There's someone looking through now the corner, so she just pops through. I don't know if she's going to come out or not.
Once again, peep it. You're a business. Why are your windows wide open? Why is it just not lights on so people could, invitingly walk up and go, wow, this is perfect for little Susie. And who's the guy outside? You remember the other one where the dude was like, oh, you're a racist, you're a terrorist. Who are you? Are you like one of the counselors here? I don't want you around my kids.
I didn't see any kids in there. Don't see any pickups going on. But there was a woman in there, so she did peek through, not opening the door. We'll wait another 10 seconds or so. We'll see. Don't believe they're going to be coming to the door, but there was someone peeking through right through that window. So there are people in there, or at least one person that we know of. Does not appear to be an actual daycare center, though. So should be some investigations going into this soon, hopefully. Hey, man, is this a child care center? Hey, is this a child care center? Why are you recording? I'm asking a question. Is this a child care center? Why are you recording? Is this a...
Why can't I? Why can't I be recording out here? Why are you ominously walking up on my car because I'm out here in the lot? Isn't this where you conduct business? Isn't this where people come to apply to drop off little Susie?
Mm-hmm.
And this guy comes rolling out? Why is he recording? Is a bigger question. You know, I would think as a parent, if I'm going to drop someplace off, I'm going to take pictures and I will record. I will make sure I can document what the place looks like. Now, maybe this is part of the parental screening process where they come out to make sure that you're not a racist terrorist.
Child care center? No, it's not. Stop recording. It's not our child. Why can't I record? Stop recording. You're racist. Why are you recording? Because I'm curious if this is a child care center. Where are you from? I'm from Ohio. No.
He can go right here.
Me, I'm an independent person. I own my own company. So you are a YouTuber, so you need social media. I mean, I represent myself. We have just reported you to the police, okay? Okay, that's fine. I'm not breaking any laws. You are racist. I'm not.
If I didn't see this stuff myself, I would not believe it. I'm almost ready to go rent a pickup truck because I won't drive my car into some of these areas. I'm going to find out if there's Somali daycares near me. I'm going to have to head over. Especially if they're in government housing. Especially if they're in Section 8. I definitely want to know. I mean, I've seen some people do some business in Section 8.
Just Google it.
Business we're talking about here, if you know what I mean.
It's there.
That kind of stuff. Nonetheless, we've seen people do business in Section 8 housing. At least these people have their own building.
So now what? It's there. I just Googled it for you.
Who owns a building? See, there haven't been many people who have been doing that yet. See, one of the things that being in real estate, I want to know who bought the building, when they bought it, who they put in there as a tenant, how much are they paying per month. I bet you there's going to be some well-heeled people who actually own the buildings. You see, there's another money laundering for you. I bet you they're paying $10,000 a month to rent that place. $10,000, yeah. Because somebody probably said, I'll buy the building. You guys do what you need to do in here. And I'm going to tip my beak to the tune of about $10,000 a month. That's me tipping my beak.
Yes, I care about the victims.
I'm just asking, is this a...
But was you crying about this when Biden was in office? Okay, Obama was in office?
I'm a what? I'm a what?
It's all about Bill Clinton on that. What about Bill Clinton in that blue dress?
You said I'm fucking gay, I guess? Is that what you just said? Are there any kids in there? Is this an actual child care center? Okay. Have a good one.
Okay, so this one is a participation video. This one here, I need you to go along with this. So I'm going to pause it a little bit to give you the opportunity to pick up your cell phone. You're not going to believe this one. You will not believe this one. So let Brother Man here take this one away.
So guys, this is absolutely mind-blowing. So I was watching the most recent video by Nick Shirley exposing these daycare centers. Now, they're going daycare to daycare, and the next one that they go to is called Sweet Angel Childcare. This is where they show up to. And this is the business right here. Sweet Angel Childcare in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, listen to where this phone number goes to when you call this child care center.
All right. All right. So before we do anything, I want to show you what happened. So the sign that they were looking at in front of the building had the phone number, as most would. And it was also on the Google website, because they're smart business people, and they understand that you get more business if you have Google reviews. So they put up a Google review page. So while he's showing you that, I'll get ready to show you the Google review page, because you're going to find this is very interesting. But before we do that, I want you to have some verification, right? Ready? Boom. There's the number. He's going to be dialing it. I will dial it right now myself and have it ready to verify when he says it. So it's 651, and I'm not doing anything illegal. This is a public number, 651 201 3400. Okay.
Just wait for it.
Thank you for contacting the office of Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Our office is located at 130 State Capitol at 75 Reverend.
Oh my God. I'll do it again. Sweet Angel Childcare. It goes to Governor Tim Walz's office. Why is a child care center directly going to the office of the governor? Make it make sense. Hold on.
Thank you for contacting the office of Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan.
If this is not a direct link to Tim Walz and these fraudulent child care centers, I don't know what else is. Bro, this is crazy. I'm just in shock right now. I was recording a YouTube video and reacting to this video, and I was like, let me call and look up their Google reviews. I was just looking up their Google reviews, and I was like, let me call this number. And I call it, and it goes to Governor Tim Walz's office. Make that make sense.
All right. So I have it plugged into my phone, 651 201 3400. You can do this at home. So let's just call it and see what happens here. It's ringing. It's ringing.
Contacting the office of Governor Tim Walz.
Wow.
Located at 130 State Capitol, 75 Reverend Dr.
Wow.
Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in St. Paul, Minnesota, 55155. Our office
Like and subscribe. Thanks for watching this with me.
8 o'clock a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Please leave your message.
It really does go to Tim Walz's office. And you can find it right on the Google review. However, not anymore. These people are scrubbing as fast as they possibly can. Let me show you exactly what happens now if you go to this number. Hold on, let me push this phone. Let me do this here. This is the Sweet Angel Child Care Google review site. There's no longer a phone number on the website. Add a phone number. They took it off. They took the phone. They took the website.
Thank you, Tammy.
It's
Appreciate that.
open
Right.
now.
It's there to
open till
Google.
10 p.m. So if you wanted to drop off little Susie, you can't call. But they're open till 10 p.m. Who the hell has a daycare center open at 10 p.m.? You can't make this stuff up. I mean, seriously, you cannot make this stuff up. They don't want people knowing this stuff. They don't want you seeing it. It was funny. Some guy earlier called me, I wish I was white. That gentleman was black too. We just don't like fraud. We just don't like our money stolen. Explain that one, Timmy. Now we can understand why Dan said what he said. said about what you had seen a few months ago. Absolutely. I just called the number, got the same record, and left a message. Hey, Jimmy, why are we getting this? Fraud is fraud, no excuses. Yeah, it's right in our face. Oh my goodness. I need you buried. Don't daycares at night need special permissions and certificates? I would think so. I would think if you have a daycare center open at 10 p.m., maybe some parents that work in second shift, they need daycares, as well. But they don't call the governor's office as your phone number. Oh my God! I just called. Call was dropped 3 times. That's probably because there's probably 100 people calling right now in disbelief that you got to be kidding me. Are we really at that point where it's so brazen, where they didn't expect anybody to get caught? They just went ahead and used the governor's, and it was on Google. So it wasn't like, that happened to be something that Nick had control of. The sign said the phone number. But then again, they did say leering. So maybe they didn't, I don't know.
My decoy went up, and she could hear people rustling around on the other side of the ring camera as if they were listening to her but not responding.
Kristen Magnuson and I also went to this house right after you guys to see if we get the same response, and we sort of did. We saw the same thing, the windows, the vinyl covering, can't see inside. We ring the doorbell, but actually somebody responds to us. Hey, is this the guy?
So which one is it? Don't look it up or look it up. Which one you look confused now?
It's not the Gosh Family Child Care. Okay, what's the name of the child care here? I asked, has this place ever been a child care? The woman says no.
And so I'm going to show you in a little bit how CNN is doing alleged fraud and everything else. But notice you haven't seen CNN do this. Hey, let's just download a list of these places and let's just go and ring the flipping doorbell. Be a reporter. If you don't believe Nick Shirley, if Nick Shirley is a racist MAGA YouTuber, well, you're CNN. Why aren't you doing it? You've had days now to get out there, roll with a crew, and go knock on a door. Because they already know it's fraudulent. People in the chat that want to attack me, people that
get the wrong politician in office. That's the problem. Everybody voting blue no matter who. Put the right people in office, things will be better. It won't be perfect, at least be better.
It's easy to try and troll people and say different things online, but you can't disavow, you can't make any excuse for what you're seeing. And as you've noticed here, this is Cam Higby again, but it's growing. That's why the title of my video is "It's Getting Bigger."
Okay, that was quick. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Going, hey, I got a camera. I've got some extra time. Let's go. And they're finding this stuff over and over and over. They're going on the website. They can tell how much money they've got. It's all public record. You have a business. The Secretary of State in whatever state that you live in publicizes every LLC and corporation. None of this takes much effort.
MAGA propaganda,
it takes the cojones to get out there and show people. And none of the networks, including Fox, none of them are rolling out into these areas and saying, hey, you know what? How easy is this? Going to be a decent story. People want to know about this. Maybe
so what about Tampon Town?
Into Little Somalia. Start knocking on some doors.
You had voted for him too, didn't you?
Why aren't they? Why aren't the Democrats saying anything?
The Cunningham and Tampon Town. You voted for him.
I'm not paying any attention to this. This is a trap door they can't shut. There's too many trails. From the money to the corporations, this is way too easy. It's sort of like mortgage fraud is real easy. That's why I'm not worried about arrest. I keep telling you, don't worry about arrest because the judges are going to let people get a pass. It's going to take a lot more than an arrest to stop all this. President Trump, he absolutely...
Nobody's saying Epstein is innocent. Really? The man is guilty,
he actually
period.
posted about it on True Social. A total fraud, Minnesota Somali-run
About
daycare
tampon
bizarrely
temp and this
reports
$9
all
billion
their important
bullshit
documents
that
about
everybody was
child
gonna
care were
voted
stolen
for.
in mysterious
And
break-ins.
thank God he didn't win
Nobody's
about
buying
that
this crap.
bullshit. That's why
Nobody
Kamala
at all
picked
is
him.
buying the fact that the dog ate your homework. It didn't happen that way. Let's see here. Where's this one?
Just imagine tampon temp in the office and this
Okay,
bullshit
so
going on.
he's been
Right.
pushing a
Come
lot
on,
of
man. Let's
stuff
stay
out today.
focused.
So let me see the one I saw earlier.
It's all a distraction.
But he here it is, this one here. And he says, much of the Minnesota fraud, up to 90%, is caused by people that came into our country illegally from Somalia. Congresswoman Omar, and a grateful loser who only complains and never contributes, is one of the many scammers. Did she really marry her brother? Lowlifes like this can only be a liability to our country's greatness. Send them back from where they came. Somalia, perhaps the worst and most corrupt country on earth. Make America great again. Why were these people even brought here? Why would you even bring people from these countries? They offer nothing, they take everything.
But obviously, Washington state records tell a completely different story.
Yeah, this specific address is locked into Washington state records as a daycare.
Yeah.
It's locked into, like, the Google paid for the business.
Yep.
Is this address.
And it's up to date with licensing, the numbers here.
Okay, so we just visited Dagosh Family Child Care. This address was confirmed online. They get $23,260 in October.
They have made $210,000 just this year.
And how many kids again is this place registered for?
Oh, that's the fun part. 3.
Three kids. 3 kids, $200,000. 3 kids, $200,000. Turning red with anger yet?
Kids. So this place are licensed for 9 children.
Okay, it's
But they
this
have
place is licensed for 9.
but they have 6 slots available.
Right.
Which means they only have 3 kids, and they've raked in $210,000 in tax money.
And neighbors say when we ask them, have you ever seen kids come out of this place?
Not a single one.
Not a
I
single
asked
one.
them. So this woman comes up, the people who live there actually texted her as a neighbor and asked her to confront us because they thought we were ICE. So the next question is, are they illegal immigrants? Why are they so concerned about ICE?
Yeah, that's another part. So on top of the fraud, you've got the fraud of the money, and then you've got all the violations on their record, and on top of that, they're doing it out of Section 8 housing, and are they on top of that also newcomers? It's stunning. And again, this is just a small piece of this fraud puzzle that the Democrats have been running seemingly forever.
Another rabbit trail.
A total other rabbit hole. But what she said is, I have seen no evidence that there is a daycare there. She actually said, my husband and I were wondering how those people afford that house, because she said the rent was $3,500 a month.
I haven't seen kids over there.
Okay, interesting.
I've seen one child over there, like when they have like family things.
Right, yeah.
But no, I have not seen any evidence of daycare activity there.
On 9/11/2025, they came in and they inspected. They found multiple long-term, short-term, serious, and immediate risks to children. That's in September. In September, they were awarded $22,000.
So I reached out to the Washington State Department of Children, Youth, and Families, right? Again, this is the agency that essentially licenses, does oversight, does the inspections. I have yet to hear back. That's now the state of Washington.
Yeah.
What is the state of Washington's accountability practices now? If there are violations, how much time do they have to correct course? Does funding get stopped? These are questions that still need to be answered. What I want to emphasize, though, especially in our reporting, is that we're not alleging that every single one of these Somali-run daycares are engaged in fraudulent activity.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we went to some today that seemed totally legitimate.
Right, and the vast majority may be legit, but the ones that we've investigated and the list that we still have that needs to be investigated, there are concerning signs. We can't do this alone. There are dozens of places we need to hit up. We've just scratched the surface here in Washington State. A lot of these potential problematic Somali daycares are in South King County. So, frankly, we can't do this alone. This is a call out now to the community, other citizen journalists, other volunteer sleuths who want to start following up. I mean, really, all you need is courage, some curiosity, and an iPhone.
That's it. And every single one of us has that. I'm definitely curious, and I have an Android. I don't have an iPhone. And I got transportation. That's it. And the other thing you need is time. But the courage part is where a lot of people, especially older people, I don't expect you to be getting in your car and going into some place that might not be completely safe. But what I do want to encourage you is to make sure as many people as possible see this insanity. Everybody can do that. From the comfort of your home, you can make sure people see what's going on. And I think these people were being judicious by saying not every Somali daycare center is crooked, but we can pretty much assume much of it really is. You see, one of the things you have to wonder is, why so many? You know, there's a kinder care thing or whatever they call it right down by the school here, and they've got a nice facility and there's, you know, monkey bars and swings in the yard. There's probably room for 30 or 40 kids. Why are there so many? Why are there 20 in one community? I mean, I could drive for quite some time and not see a second daycare center. But the bigger question, why do you need daycare if you ain't working? Nobody's talking about that. Like, wait a second. You're getting welfare. You're getting Medicaid. You're getting food stamps. All of which, and Section 8, which means your ass should be home because you can't work or can't find a job. The guy who came out saying, I know you're a tennis. Hey, wait a second, bro. You're holding $1,000 phone taking a video of me. I need to know, are you working? How are you getting all these people to open businesses and still be doing it inside Section 8 housing? As he said, one of them was $3,500 a month. I bet you there's a lot of people in the chat who aren't paying $3,500 a month. And if you are, it's coming out of your own pocket. And you didn't know all this time you could just get a daycare center.
To document what's happening in these places.
Yeah, and you know, don't show up and be mean and harass people, but there's nothing wrong with knocking on a door and asking a question.
Fine. Wait a second. You get it, even if you are working. By the way, this was from 2013.
Wow.
Some of you guys, your eyes just went, what? Yeah, this video you're watching right now was from 2013. These people are genius. Or whoever put them up to it. Hey, we don't have any kids in our daycare center. We're going to get $20,000 a month from the government. I got an idea. How about I hire you and you bring your kids here and you'll be watching your own kids.
Oh, wow.
Counselor, bring your 6 kids. I know you have like 5 baby daddies, whatever. Bring all the kids here, and we'll get paid to watch your own kids.
Wow.
I just can't. I can't. This is just about, and by the way, this was 2013, maybe even 2012. So people have known about this for quite some time. And nothing has been done about it at all. Who knows? You know, I had to dig this up, but wow.
Wow.
You thought you had to go to work every day. You thought you had to feed your family. You didn't realize you're paying out the wazoo for people who aren't supposed to be here. These people who are being given everything from your dime and then voting against what you believe in, which is really interesting to me because the socialist people seem to really like capitalism. They seem to wrap both arms around this capitalism.
Right.
I mean, they're actually getting paid, right? $20,000, $30,000 a month, $14 million. They're actually making a lot of money for people who hate capitalism. How can that be?
For that is because then the head work systems for each of the families.
How did I not think of this? I'm a smart guy. Why didn't I think? Nobody told me I could be opening up daycare centers and making like millions. All you got to do is find some rundown piece of crap building, put up a sign, and then have your friends bring their kids over for a couple hours, and you're going to be making 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 grand a month. How did we not know about this? I have 4 sisters. I should be calling them, hey, you want to get business? Yeah, I'll help you start your daycare center. Well, what are the kids we're going to? Your own. You got 3 of them? Just bring them in? Yeah. And hire Terry, the other sister, bring her in. Let her sit there with her kids. She got 3 more. It's genius, Jerry. Hey, cry for me. I want to cry, but I'm on camera, so I can't just cry right now. So they're getting $100 grand a month. Back in 2012. $100,000 a month for people who hate America. How can there be a Democrat Party? I think the only people who are Democrats at this point are the people who haven't had a chance to get their grift on. Because these people, no wonder they keep voting for Democrats. They get paid. They laugh at people like Mondani. Socialism. Socialism. I get $100 grand a month. 100, where my math is, 50,000 every 2 weeks is $100 grand a month. 100 large every single month for doing nothing. And you wonder why they came over here and realized, they always make fun that, some of the racially inclined people talk about certain ethnicities owning 7-Elevens. And sometimes people talk about people who, own chicken restaurants and different people who own dry cleaners. But those are legit businesses. I had never heard this. I had never known that you can just open up a daycare center in some hovel of a building off the side of a highway with the ceiling tiles falling down, and they're going to send you $100 grand a month. America. What a country.
Do the math.
So the records show they received this training, but in fact they have not.
Correct. I stopped by.
You would think if you got a violation, that would cause some sort of cessation on the payments. But as you heard yesterday's show, with everything that Nick Shirley and everybody else is posting, the Minnesota Department of Human Services said, no, we haven't paused anything. Our investigation is not showing anything wrong. Of course it's not. Just keep the money going. Keep it going.
It's owned by Yasmin Ali's brothers.
Oh. The mafia ain't got nothing on these people. We're going to get $90,000 for meals, and we're going to cater it from this place where I put my brother in. You can't even grasp the size of this grift, this fraud. And no wonder the Democrats don't want people looking, because this is just one. Remember, you're watching a video from 2012, 2013. By my estimation, that's 12 years ago. Do the math.
Right, bring back Doge.
And this is one location. Notice
Right, use a good one. Right, she was texting Epstein during the trial.
Back then, probably a $70,000 a year car. I mean, $70,000 car.
In their requests by the Foxside investigators for.
He didn't respond because he doesn't have to. They don't care. Notice he said they were flying to Somalia. Yesterday, I showed you somebody at the airport who said they were stuffing suitcases full of cash. And it's interesting, somebody picked up something about watching these videos, said they don't look rich. Where's the money going? Exactly. Nobody has looked into the wire transfers and where things are going and how the people are being paid. Crazy.
In August 2022, during a search warrant executed by the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension inside a Minneapolis Somali-owned daycare, were they expected to find proof of fraud. Sunshine Child Care Center was located in a building behind the storefront on Lake Street. According to BCA reports, Sunshine had received more than $9 million in taxpayer-funded child care assistance program money since it was first licensed to serve up to 48 children 11 years earlier.
It is so huge. $9 million. This thing is, as you're peeling back the onion layers here, you've got people, I'm sure, in the chat, and if they've seen this stuff, are like, you got to be kidding me. This isn't, again, Democrat or Republican. This isn't black or white. This is complete theft of your money. And they just kept it going. This one here, it says here that it began in 2011. They've been stealing Minnesota. What the hell is going on in Minnesota?
DHS investigator referred the case to the BCA because they suspected fraud.
The initial tip claimed that the owner, Fausia Hassan, would only hire employees who had 5 or more children. This kind of allegation is known to investigators, where mothers will essentially watch their own children at a daycare and get paid with taxpayer money. But investigators here also claim to find evidence of overbilling.
According to the police reports, the daycare claimed to serve twice as many kids as it actually did while being surveilled.
Did your clients fudge the numbers and get reimbursements for more kids than they were actually caring for?
No. And if they had, they'd be really foolish to be doing this, right?
Attorney Jason Stack filed a lawsuit on behalf of Hassan and another daycare owner.
Right, with the race car.
Investigated
What's
at the
going
same
on?
time, Abdi Kadar Muhammad. They both
Ain't
claim
that serious?
state investigators discriminated against them because they are Somali.
There's no indication that any other child care centers owned by any other group was targeted even for investigation.
Carol Levin has reviewed full BCA reports from the Sunshine Daycare investigation and 3 other Twin Cities Somali-owned daycares. All 4 of them were closed without filing charges. And in 3 out of the 4, the BCA partially pins the blame on DHS, the agency that first...
So they're doing this. It was his fault, her fault. You closed them. Where'd the money go? You see, it's easy just to close a business and say, hey, you guys did bad. There's too much heat right now. We're going to close you. How much you want to bet that they just opened another one with somebody's sister or brother or cousin and just do it all over again?
Referred the cases for not sharing needed documents with investigators. The agent writes, quote, DHS advised they would not provide any of the requested documents because they would be acting as an arm of the BCA.
So why did DHS not provide those documents? Well, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families has since taken over oversight of daycares. They provided me a response to that allegation.
Yep, Karen.
State agencies work collaboratively to fight fraud in Minnesota. In doing so, agencies are vigilant in how they collect and share data to avoid jeopardizing prosecution. Carla, and that federal lawsuit is active right now, that the daycare owners who are suing, there's a motion to dismiss it that a judge is currently considering. That case is currently active.
So
We the
complicated.
taxpayers,
Thank
we the
you so much,
victims.
though, for asking those hard questions and getting both sides on this ongoing controversy. Thank you again.
So he asked the hard questions, you say. These older videos, you have to wonder why the media is not paying attention to this. Well, it's kind of obvious. In this clip here, this is something that CNN ran today. And just listen to how they twist it to where Nick Shirley becomes the bad guy. They won't say anything negative. Well, just listen to yourself.
CNN, can we talk to you? The This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
You're going to say it's a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds. Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is blacked out doors. They can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside. And there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You should.
See, she's going after him. Shirley, I think she realized at that point she was talking to Nick Shirley, and it kind of stunned her, but she had to get her point out. Shirley, you don't think a daycare center is supposed to be unlocked? I can drive, well, today it's closed, it's 6 o'clock. I could drive down the street and I could walk onto the grounds and say, I'd like to drop off Freddie here. And what do I need? How the hell are you supposed to get clients if your doors aren't open? Oh, Barry, these are in bad areas, so they have to have security. Okay, well then you have to buzz somebody in. Hey, knock, knock, knock. So he's doing it either way, it's the same thing. You got to knock on a door. Hey, how are you? Yeah, I'd like to talk to you about bringing in Joey here. And that's what he called his son, Joey. No, honey. You left that part out. How are you supposed to do business if you don't have any open doors?
Okay, doors can be locked, but where are the kids?
No, every daycare is locked.
We know that.
She's telling people on CNN every daycare is locked. So I think what I'm going to do is Monday, drive over to the grocery store because the daycare is right next to it, and I'm going to just walk out there and talk to somebody about putting in, I don't know, little baby Midas. Every daycare is locked. No, not true. Not true.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation. Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, for years.
Why did I?
What's her question? She's not talking about the fraud. She's wondering why he's there and why Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, why aren't you knocking on the door? You're standing right there. Do it. Go knock on the door. Knock on the door and see if you can get in. See if the kids are in there.
Show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children.
Why the money went overseas to a terrorist group?
$110 million on fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN.
All right, so now she took that as a challenge. She's going to now find out from her home whether this is true, whether or not the allegations of $100 million in fraud are true. She's going to go, make a few calls. She didn't go knock on the door. She went back. Listen to this.
Is looking into Shirley's claims. Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN. We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Okay. See, the rubes out there will say, oh, she proved it. Well, the only thing she proved is he was right. Out of all the people she called, she could only get one on the phone, and the person said they were legit. Case closed. That's it. There's nothing else for me to hear. They said they're legit.
Well, agree or disagree?
Okay.
Do more research.
Seen the videos purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside.
Why would you be asking the person that you finally get on the phone whether they've seen Nick Shirley's video? Why don't you ask them the real questions?
Why are these immigrants constantly
How many kids do you have?
posting and sharing and posting their flags? They're in America now.
How do they get charged?
It's about America. Pledge allegiance to the flag. You pledge allegiance to
How long
America.
have you been in business? What qualifications do you have? Have you seen Nick's video? You asshat.
Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
We have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside.
All right. Now this is where it gets really interesting. Now all of a sudden, kids start showing up. I don't know if you remember, but the other day I had on the person from DHS who said it was closed. Somebody told them, we're not closed, and make sure all your friends bring some kids over. They are trying their best to cover their tracks, and CNN is just trying to cover for them.
Saying that this is a fraudulent daycare, there's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the commissioner of children literally said a week ago this place was closed. They're showing face right now.
The guy behind me, did you know that? You're working for CNN. You didn't even know that the authorities said it was closed down. You don't know the gig right now. You're trying to put it on Nick instead of understanding this is what's going on. They're trying to twist it. They are stuck. The Democrats are stuck. The media is stuck. There's no way out of this. And then when she interviewed the Republicans in the Minnesota government, they said we've been sounding the alarm for years.
Thanks for joining in. Appreciate you guys. Happy New Year's.
Oops. Lady said something about sounding the alarm for years. Let me change subjects here.
A viral video, disputed claims, and their full fallout remains to be seen.
When you mentioned in your story that there were dozens of convictions going back to 2022, can you explain what those convictions established?
Right.
Well, this was really the beginning of this massive fraud case that has now led to more than 50 convictions, 56 people at least convicted as of September of this year, Jim. At least 78 people have been indicted in that case. It was this sprawling investigation that, DOJ has really touted as their effort to try to root out what is a fraud problem here.
Many of them begin a number of years ago. Whitney, wow, good to have you there. Thanks very much.
That must have hurt. That must have hurt. Yeah, there's like 80 different people being convicted, and there's more happening.
Thanks, Tammy. Appreciate it.
Worst broadcast news things I've ever seen. That segment, that hit that she just did nothing to hurt Nick Shirley. Made CNN look stupid. I don't know who she called. I called several of them. I spoke to one person. Who did you talk to? Which daycare center did you call? Why did you not say that? I called Happy Trails Daycare Center. All right, let's go look at Happy Trails Daycare Center. Why'd you call them? Why didn't you just go stop by unannounced? That's not journalism. That's BS. These people are nuts.
This scandal is totally appalling, but it is also unsurprising, and that's because it's a microcosm of what ails the Democratic elites. That's our Why It Matters segment for the night. The latest revelations join others in which suspected Somali fraudsters stole more than $9 billion.
Look at that guy's picture and see if you don't see him behind the mayor of Minneapolis doing his dance. And he also happens to look like one of the guys that opened the door at one of the daycare centers.
Dollars in federal funds from 14 state-run agencies dating back to 2018. Somali Americans make up 89% of the defendants charged. The absolute scale of the fraud just beggars belief. Where were the spot checks? Where were the officials?
Todd, you funny.
It's totally impossible that the Democratic leadership was not somehow in on this. Just think about how outrageous this is. Meanwhile, a group of Somalis in Minnesota got $110 million for child care centers that don't exist.
$110 million that they know of, that they've only gone back a little ways. That's been the last couple of years. As you've heard, this goes back a decade or more. All the while, the only thing that Tim Walz can do is complain that Trump is coming after them. Trump is trying to create a narrative. The narrative is what it is. You people have ripped off America for a long time, and you knew it. That's, I think, what the big problem is. It would be one thing if it was covert, you didn't know it was happening. But your agencies in your state have been facilitating it. And you've been taking advantage of Americans.
You can't afford to buy a home, but 100 Somalis spent millions on luxury properties, millions of your taxpayer dollars. You're paying $30,000 a year for terrible health care, and they got millions for healthcare centers that they never opened for patients that they never serviced.
No problem, Mark. That's what I'm all trying to do is share information with everybody.
That plagues our political elites, especially on the left. More broadly,
sharing information, yeah.
Everybody comes before you. For decades, the Democrats have pushed for mass migration, both legal and illegal, which drove down the wages of working-class Americans while making competition for housing, healthcare, and an education, the hallmarks of the American dream, even fiercer. And if you objected, if you had the audacity to ask why your children were being disinherited in your country, the Democratic elites
name is Deunta.
They even called me racist. There was a guy in here, I don't know if he's still here, if the mods caught him, but he was telling me I was racist. You wish you were born white. How the hell does that have anything to do with this? How could you possibly think that this is a race-based thing? Why would you
Thank you, Brandon. No problem.
consider that this is a white versus black? It has nothing to do with that. It is the weakest argument that they possibly can do is call it white supremacy or coonish. Hey, I'm not being a coon. I'm like, you've been stealing money.
Right.
And one of the things with the trolls.
Really appreciate you guys. Happy New Year, and thank you. Appreciate it.
They can't address the actual crimes, alleged crimes. They don't address those. The attack immediately spins to MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Alleged fraud. Well, then prove otherwise. The answer Nick should have given is when she said, can you prove that it's fraud? The answer is, it's not my job. It's not even CNN's job. The reporter's job is to talk about it, show it, so other people prove it. He's not a cop. He's not a detective. He doesn't work for HHS. He's a young 23-year-old YouTuber. And that's always the argument.
Mikey funny, right. That's what they show us how to do.
I can call 911 if I see a fire. Doesn't mean I'm going to climb up the roof and try to put it out. It's not my job.
Lip ties,
Obviously, when I hear
damn.
people screaming, I try to get them out, but at the same time, it's getting kind of hot. That is the trap. That's the trap they try to lay for conservatives, is that you can't prove it, which to me is the first indication of guilt. If you jump from seeing it to you can't prove it, that's one hell of a jump. You can't prove I did that. Oh, you just did. You didn't say, no, you didn't do it. You didn't say, I didn't steal $100 million. You said, you can't prove it. So you're telling me you think you did the crime so well that even if I did it, you can't stop me. That's why the arrests don't mean anything. They know you can't stop them. They know there's nothing you can do. They already know that they have politicians and judges in their pockets. They already know if you send me to Somalia, even if you deport me, I'm going to go live in Sweden. I got millions. Deport me. I don't care. That's what we're dealing with. So when you hear people saying we need to see arrest, they're never going to get convicted. They're not going to go to jail. Even us deporting them, they're still going to take the money. The investigation at this point, you need to find out where they put millions of dollars in suitcases and went to Somalia. Why do you think they did that? I don't care. Deport me. I got rocks, baby. I can go anywhere in the world. I can get private jets. I don't need to do it anymore. Deport me? Good. I'll be in Paris drinking champagne out of some chick's slipper and laughing at Americans the whole time.
Leftist American elites developed an entire woke vocabulary as a smokescreen to mask the mass pillaging of the American working class. They smeared hardworking people who work 10 times harder than they do, by the way, and make a fraction.
So it's an issue because his dad was rich and he inherited. That makes no sense.
Sent overseas, and those jobs that remained here degraded by a glut of cheap.
He was a billionaire, now he's a president.
Billionaires on cable news called you racist if you said,
So no parent should give their child any inheritance.
Kids matter. That's why people are so angry about the Somali fraud case. It is the epitome of the fraud perpetrated on the American people through the collusion of the Democratic Party, the liberal media, and people willing to take advantage of the immense generosity of the American people and then spit in our faces.
Nah. It wasn't generosity. Generosity is me giving something. Generosity is me providing something to somebody because I choose to. Generosity is you walk outside the 7-Eleven and there's a guy, looking for, panhandling. That's generosity. It's not generosity when the guy panhandling sticks a knife to my throat and takes the money out of my pocket.
Tell him, Barry.
You see, Americans have a problem is because even as Batia just said, they consider it,
Hey, Taffa, that's what she got, don't she? So much Nancy worth.
And smiling, and in some cases even laughing. Because you can't do anything.
Her hammerhead husband.
And then if you dare do say something, you're a white supremacist. And then they'll lie about that.
It's Democrats who have put Somali diaspora in Minneapolis at the center of their party and their state's politics. It's a small portion of the population. There is a bunch of fraud that goes on. And even Tim Walz has claimed that any investigation of this fraud is akin to white supremacy.
No, he has not said that.
So they should know they're sitting with a guy that's very smart.
Don Trump, what's up?
They should know that Scott Jennings, if you call him like that, he's going to
Thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe. Happy New Year.
So as soon as he says, Tim Walz has been saying we're white supremacists for calling it out. Oh, no, he's not. He's never said that. He's never said that. Just like the other guy that called me, want to be white because I'm talking about this. He's never. So it's very quick to get the people who are watching Abby's show to tell them, oh, that's not true. Because they won't see this.
This is what happens when your own federal government wages war against you. This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
Tampon Tim, you're white. What are you talking about?
If you're
A white man talking about white supremacy. Amazing.
Are willing to look at a camera and get together in a group and openly lie. No, he never said that. Knowing full well we have the benefit of archives and databases to pull tape. I subscribe to so many different databases where I can get in and pull videos.
How you doing, Juan?
Hey, do me a search. Let me see if Tim Walz said white supremacy. Oh, it's right there.
Right, arrest them all. Anybody involved in fraud, get their ass about in and arrest their ass.
To my people, because CNN won't tell the truth. these people are about to go to jail. We're almost done because you got to run to New Year's dinner. This was Caroline Levitt this morning.
Welcome back. Right now, Health and Human Services pausing its annual $185 million child care payments to Minnesota because this.
You're right. Slavery happened years ago, hundreds of years ago. You're right.
Still pointing blame at everyone else, posting, quote, "This is Trump's long game. We've spent years cracking down on fraudsters. It's a serious issue, but this has been his plan all along. He's politicizing the issue to defund programs that help Minnesotans."
White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt joining us now. Caroline, thank you for being here. Happy New Year's Eve. Let's jump in right now with Governor Walz blasting President Trump and the Trump administration, saying that this is all about politicizing this massive fraud that keeps growing that we are learning about. You see, that is what you saw from Governor Walz, saying this is Trump's long game. We've spent years cracking down on fraudsters. It's a serious issue, but this has been his plan all along. Your reaction?
Governor Walz is completely incompetent. He always has been, and President Trump has long called him out for his incompetence and his poor leadership in the great state of Minnesota. I want to commend Nick Shirley for his incredible video in Real Journalism that went viral this past week. He epitomizes what new media looks like, and that's exactly
it might be funny. Nothing to see here.
House under President Trump's direction have embraced new media journalists like Nick Shirley. We've welcomed them in to the White House press pool. We invited Nick Shirley to brief the President of the United States at an Antifa roundtable earlier this year. And this fraud in Governor Walz's state in Minnesota is something the Trump administration has been working on since day one. And since Nick Shirley's journalism really brought this issue further to light, we have surged resources across the board to the state. So I want your audience to understand this is a top priority for the administration. The Department of Justice, as we speak, is continuing to execute search warrants and subpoenas. People will be in handcuffs as a result of the fraud that Governor Walz has allowed to occur for many, many years. The Department of Homeland Security is conducting door-to-door investigations on the ground at potential fraud sites, and they are also, of course, conducting continued deportations of illegal aliens in Minnesota's communities. We're also not afraid.
No problem. Thank you guys for joining in, watching the channel with me. Thank you.
And the Secretary of
Appreciate it.
Disposal, and it's one this administration has previously used before. I know the Health and Human Services Department has also announced we are cutting
like, share, and subscribe. People appreciate it.
To the state of Minnesota until we get to the bottom of this fraud. The Department of Labor is investigating their unemployment insurance program. The Department of USDA.
Stop. You're killing me right now. You're killing me.
I'm a small YouTuber trying to get there. Appreciate you guys.
Somebody says nothing is happening. She couldn't say it all. I'm like, wait. So much is happening. So much is happening. I'm beginning to think that the people who keep saying that nothing is happening aren't seeing anything. They're ignoring it. Or they're being paid to be trolls, because how else could you be listening, seeing, watching all of this stuff?
Again, both sides of the government is bullshit. I don't trust none of them. You got your rhinos and you got your swamp.
I'm waiting for you to tell me what the news is. And I went, all right, so let me just tell
y'all need to get up out of there. Y'all need to go.
That RFK Jr. is stripping all of the child care money. And then Scott Turner said no more Section 8. And then Kelly Loeffler said no more small business loans.
Yeah, clean the fucking house. Yeah.
What do you mean nothing's happening? What exactly?
Anybody that's an immigrant should not be in office.
When I committed to memory.
Thanks, Mark, for subscribing. Appreciate it. If you're an immigrant, you shouldn't be in office. America. Americans only. Because they bringing all these foreign countries BS over here. This is all about America.
Things are happening. I think the only thing
Christian value
is to have like Obama dragged in, or I don't know, Hillary arrested. Nothing's happening. You got to be a complete idiot to say that. You have to be a complete moron. I'm sorry to step on some toes, but you're making yourself look stupid when you say nothing is happening when I just told you what's happened in the last 24 hours. This is a war of attrition here. If you think you're just going to waltz in and have somebody put handcuffs on Obama, he'll be eating dinner and watching Housewives of Malibu by the time you even see it on the news. Don't be a loser. Don't be a complainer, thinking something like that's going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's not where this is going to be. Even if it was going to be in the cards, it's not there yet. When
Canada, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
in the ocean, you better have a good seat, you better have a strong pole, and you better have some good test line. And then as you're reeling that in, you better hope that a barracuda or a big old great white or something doesn't come and cut your line.
Damn.
Yeah, I've gone fishing. Stop being stupid. Think about what we're talking about. We're talking about the entire country being turned up on its head. You're not ready if you think that.
Agriculture Secretary Rollins weeks ago sent a letter to Governor Walz demanding he turn over every single name of SNAP recipients on the books in Minnesota. And the Minnesota Attorney General actually sued the Trump administration for that.
Think about that.
That's crazy.
You've got people across the country in some of these states, the blue states, who are suing.
Yep, Mike, you're right. In business as usual. Scam.
For the money that they've been receiving. Hey, listen, you got 50,000 people on SNAP. Who are they? Can't show you. Wait a minute, you want me to give you money, but then you don't want me to find out where the money's going. You can go pound sand. Oh, we're going to run to a judge. Oh, the judge says you got to pay us anyway. What? That's what we're up against? I want to know who we're paying, and your judge is telling me I can't know, and I can't stop the payments.
Damn.
As we sit here right now at 6:35 on New Year's Eve, you now know that RFK Jr.'s office stopped all the child care money. You now know that Kelly Loeffler stopped all the SBA money. You now know that
most of these judges are social justice warriors.
How much you want to
activists.
put down? Let's go to casino here. Let's go to
Barry's
Barry's Casino. How much you want to put down that by, I don't know, Wednesday or Thursday of next week, some judge will say, you can't do it. I'll take those odds. I am pretty sure some judge is going to say, you got to keep paying people. Matter of fact, tomorrow's the first of the month. That's going to be a whole lot of rent money need to be paying. I'm positive some judge will say you have to keep paying. I wouldn't even be surprised. I would count on it. And yet you're talking about arrest. We can't even stop.
Do I need ice in Canada? Wow.
Being spent with these judges. Yeah, definitely.
Talk to Trump. He want to make Canada a 51 state or something like that.
Is working around the clock to get to the bottom of it, and President Trump is not going to let Governor Walz off the hook.
So, Caroline, just very quickly to clarify, you covered a lot there, but you mentioned the denaturalization. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, a congressman from Minnesota, has called for all of the Somalis that are convicted of fraud to have their citizenship revoked. We know so far, according to Pam Bondi, that 98 of the people charged, 85 are of Somali descent. Does President Trump want those Somalis to have their citizenship revoked if convicted of fraud?
Absolutely. And it's something the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State is currently looking at right now. It's something this administration has already done. And we know that there are liberal activist judges across the country who will try to block and tackle this administration from pursuing justice.
What I tell you, they know it. I know it. You know it. The judges are going to get in the way and stop the lawful activity of the president. I told you yesterday, how do you define that? How do you define what she just said and what I've been saying? Well, that would be an insurrection. JWAG asked this question. JWAG said, Barry, I'm confused. If not arrest, what is going to happen? Well, rewind to the beginning of this show. By the way, it didn't cut off. I think we figured out what was going wrong. But rewind to the beginning of this show, and I'm trying to tell you there's only one way that this is going to be fixed. One way. By that one man. You're not going to get the arrest, are not going to do it. Even if Tim Walz was arrested tomorrow morning on New Year's Day and they brought his ass in at 8 o'clock, he'd be having breakfast at home with his crazy daughter. That's the thing you have to digest at this point. Forget the arrests. That is very hard for people to realize and accept. What do you mean? No, it's not going to happen. She just told you the judges are crazy. There's only one way. And if he doesn't do it, I'm not going to be looking at an apartment in the Caymans or something. That's why the midterms, to me, don't matter. Because the only way out of this is to just pull the Band-Aid off and do a reset. Got to start over. Let the chips fall where they may. Let people scream, riot, do whatever we do. Turn it off. Turn everything off. Shut down electricity. Do whatever you need to do. We have to stop this. That's why I was saying earlier, I don't think you're ready for this. They are going to do everything. My gosh, people, think back a couple years ago when they thought Trump was going to win then. They were willing to kill millions of people. But let me finish with her. But understand that. I think people forgot. They were willing to just unleash, wink, wink, this thing on America, then tell you couldn't even go to a restaurant or a church and you had to wear a face diaper and you had to stay home and nobody could work and all your businesses were shut down. Think, if they were willing to do that then, what the hell do you think they're going to be willing to do if Trump pulls the insurrection card? This is so much bigger. I'm just trying to sit here and prepare you. Some people think I'm crazy, and I'm like, well, you know, a couple years ago, I never thought I wouldn't be able to go to church. A couple years ago, I didn't know I had to walk around like this. I didn't know I had to do this. I didn't know I had to stand 6 feet away from somebody. If I had told you before that that's where we were going to be, how many of you would have been, Barry, shut up. We're not going to have to stand 6 feet away from people. We're not going to have to put on face diapers. That's never going to happen. They're not going to tell you don't come out your house ever. They're not going to tell you you can't even go wakeboarding on the ocean. No, you're such a drama. Oh shit, it happened. So don't tell me what they're not willing to do for power and money. Every single one of you who were alive a couple years ago, you got the blueprint staring you in the face. And hopefully you didn't have a loved one that you had to touch a window to say goodbye to.
It's all Nancy Pelosi's fault. Nancy Pelosi.
That's a cold slap in the face. That is a dose of reality some people need to hear. It came out of thin air, literally. Everything was fine. One day, hey, people are dropping dead. What happened? Oh, we don't really know. We're going to check it out. We're going to try to figure out what happened. But in the meantime, put on this face diaper and don't go anywhere. And your jobs are all shut down. I don't know the date when that happened. Let's say it happened on January 1st, 2023. On December 31st, if I told you, hey, tomorrow they're going to make you wear a face diaper, stay home, not make any money, don't call anybody, don't go nowhere, stay, no church, no gyms, you can go to the liquor store. Would you believe me? And so if you've seen it twice in your life now, meaning you saw what they did, then you saw them completely rig the entire electoral system where all of a sudden people could stick napkins in a bucket and say they were voting. How far-fetched does it sound right now when you compare
How you doing, Cotton? Thanks for joining in.
to that stuff? I'll be back. No, but let me finish with her.
Every turn, but that's president and his entire cabinet by acting on behalf of law-abiding, tax-paying citizens in the state of Minnesota and in states across the country who have been ripped off by people who abused our immigration system, came to our country, do not love our country or respect our values, and now have been ripping off and stealing money from law-abiding Americans. This administration is not going to tolerate it. And again, this is a whole of government effort. We've surged resources. As you pointed out, the Department of Justice has already charged and prosecuted nearly 100 people. In fact, some of the buildings and some of the sites that Nick Shirley exposed in that video are under current investigation by the Department of Justice. One of those sites, the Midway building resulted in 13 defendants already being charged earlier this year under the leadership of our Attorney General and President Trump. So that is definitely going to continue.
You're right, Mike. It's a sad thing.
This topic
on both
is a hot
levels.
one right now, of course, especially on social media, people following it. We're so happy to hear the pausing of those payments to the child care facilities in Minnesota as all this is sorted out. Are other states on your radar? There's been a lot of rumblings about similar things happening.
How you
in other
doing,
states,
Gio?
Ohio also being mentioned. What's next, and what other states are you going to be looking at shortly?
Oh, yes. Right now, Minnesota is at the top of the list, but we know there has been massive fraud in blue states across this country. Look at California, look at New York. These states will all be under investigation and consideration as far as this administration is concerned. And again, just to remind your audience, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from the federal bureaucracy is something that this president and administration has been focused on from day one. Look at USAID. It was a corrupt program that this administration shut down at the Department of State to save the American taxpayer money. And so we're not going to stop doing that. And anybody who has
I'm mad too because doggone what Biden sent trillions of dollars to Ukraine. That was bogus.
President is in charge.
Take care of America on both sides. With Trump and we had Biden. Take care of America. That's the period.
She did say jail in regards to the conventional means. She understands that there were a couple of years ago, like I told you, with the pandemic, because it was obvious, and we couldn't even buy toilet paper. Americans were walking into stores and couldn't find the stuff to wipe your butt.
Damn. Nope.
And I got people in the chat and other places on X talking about, oh no, we don't get an arrest, nothing's gonna, it's just gonna keep going. That's because you're looking at it.
Thanks for the likes. Thanks for subscribing. Happy New Year's. Appreciate you guys.
From the aspect of how things have been here in America. As you leave here tonight, understand there is no way we can arrest our way out of this. She even said it. We got crooked judges. Ain't gonna happen. So what exactly is going to happen? The only way this is going to work is with the Insurrection Act. Somebody in the chat asked, what about SCOTUS? You understand, if he goes with the Insurrection Act, which I believe he has to, it pretty much eliminates SCOTUS as well. Some of you may be wondering, well, how does that happen? If the Supreme Court says he can't do the Insurrection Act, then he can't do it. I'm going to direct you to an old saying, I believe it was Andrew Jackson. Nice decision you have here. Go ahead and try to enforce it. See, the reason why the Democrats are freaked out,
Good one, Mike.
the reason they're terrified of Trump doing the Insurrection Act, and the reason why they're worried about what's going to happen next week. Oh, by the way, you know what's happening next week, don't you? You do know that they have 500 units of quick response teams going across the country. The reason is because they know at that point there's no way for them to stop him. Who are you going to call? Can't call the FBI. Can't call the Department of Justice. Can't call the U.S. Marshals. Can't call your local police. There's nothing they can do. And so I just want you to think and listen to yourself as you think. And when you realize they created something to wipe out millions of Americans without even blinking. They then had all kinds of restrictions on what you could and couldn't do. Many people to this day still wear the face diapers. They're completely gone. They're never coming back. And then they came up with some concoction and said, you need to take this, and then you need to take it like 4 or 5 more times. And if you don't take it, you can't work. I was this close to losing my
Pure
job.
blood here, baby. Pure blood.
I'm not taking it.
No vaccine.
Remember, Biden came out with a rule and said, if you don't take it, you can't work. They're like, Robin, I don't know what we're going to do, honey, because I'm not taking it. And then they're going to tell me I can't come into the office. They made people take that. Oh, they wouldn't go that far. Oh, really? They made you hold your hand up to the glass to say goodbye to grandma. And then when all of a sudden the disease went away, like, okay, well then since there's no disease, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in 20 million people and flood the country. And now these people are stealing gazillions of dollars, causing all kinds of crime. And I have people talking to me like, oh, they wouldn't do that. But they've already done it. And until you realize they will do anything, they've already proven it to you. So in closing, I want to show you something, and not show you, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to put my hat on sideways. Because now what I'm going to do is give you a little bit of a tinfoil hat thing. A lot of people have been talking all of a sudden. All of a sudden, there's like 1 million Howard Lutnicks rolling around. We're going to be so rich because of tariffs. We didn't have income tax because of tariffs. And I'm sure you've seen some of the statements that have been going on by very prominent people. And this one here is just one I picked up. This was by Theo Vaughn. I think Theo Vaughn's got like a gazillion followers on YouTube and stuff. And I said, people are waking up. What are we paying taxes for, he says. This got 6-7 million views. And all around X, you're seeing people talk about, man, why are we paying income tax and they're stealing all this stuff? Now comes my tinfoil hat. My tinfoil hat, which I have nothing to base it on other than listening to Howard Lutnick talk about tariffs, is that could this be a way to get people so enraged? Because remember, the theft has been going on for 10, 12 years. People can't understand. Why are we talking about it now? Why are we making a big deal about it now? Oh my gosh, we've been stealing their money for a long time. Why are you people all freaked out? Because now you're paying attention. Now there's X where you can actually talk. And now we know people are finding out that the money's been stolen. And I don't think the recovery of the money is the nirvana. It's not the utopia. It's not Valhalla. There's something bigger than this. And I think that is to get people so enraged that they actually become 1776-ish. What does January 1st begin? What has President Trump talked about for quite some time happening tomorrow? America 250. It is the 250th anniversary of 1776. And I started sitting and I started watching all the people that were talking about not paying income tax, not paying income tax, not paying income tax. Howard Lutnick, we're going to be so rich, we don't need to pay income tax. And I'm thinking, what would put the dagger through the heart of the Democrats the worst is not taking your dollars. And so I watched in the chat here, as many people watching what I showed you kept saying, why are we paying taxes? And it's become a conversation at this point. People are like, how can I avoid paying taxes? I don't want to evade. That's illegal. Avoid is completely legal. How can I avoid paying taxes? What? I'm sick of this. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm sure you're hearing it. And then I started doing some more digging, and I found it very interesting because none of the stuff with Marjorie Taylor Greene made any sense to me. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene, out of the blue, latched on to not paying taxes.
Being bots, damn.
And I thought to myself, because it seemed completely out of the ordinary that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is so MAGA, would split very badly with Donald Trump to the point of calling him out and screaming and everything. And now she comes around to starting to advocate not paying income taxes as we approach America 250. I have nothing to base this on, and I want you guys just to begin looking at who starts talking about stopping income tax. She could never have done this while she was a member of Congress. They would think it's heresy for a person in Congress to be saying, "Hey, why don't we not pay income taxes?" She's leaving as of next week, and now she's become a huge advocate for not paying income taxes during the year of America 250. What if this was a plan to get people outraged to the point where April 15th, people are like, hell no. We're not paying. We've had enough. Go collect from the Somalis. Go get their money before you expect to take any more of mine. Tell little Zelensky to cough up a couple billion. We're done. We're completely done. We've had enough. Stranger things have happened, like people dropping viruses and stuff. Could we be looking at the beginning of a movement, a growing movement of people who start looking about, maybe we're not going to pay income taxes anymore. I don't know. But I just find things are starting to align, and they're starting to look like there's something bigger than what we've been seeing. I could be completely cuckoo. I've been cuckoo. People have called me cuckoo before, and then after stuff happens, go, he went cuckoo.
Yeah.
Look, don't make a decision. Look, just watch what happens, especially next week as we move into America 250.
True Blue, so you cool with Tampon Tim bullshit going on now and cackling him from all Harris. You want them to be in office.
The Washington Monument is going to be lit every single night.
They ran $1 billion campaign, and now she's what, $20 million in debt.
Something so big
amazing
is coming that we're going to be shocked. We're going to like it, but we're going to be shocked. Before I go to Super Chats, I just want you to hear this again.
Hold the line. Stay with me. Brothers, what we doing live?
She been laughing her ass off in office all day, doing nothing. Allowing Tampon Tim to have this fraud going on right now, and she was in office, and he was in office.
I bought a seatbelt.
Amazing.
Unleash hell.
She the reason why the border got open. She was the border liaison. Or Ozar, how you want to pronounce the shit. And now the bullshit got to get cleaned up because of her.
It gives me little goosey bumps when I just watch that. On my signal, unleash hell.
Tampon Tim.
Let's wait and see what that signal is. There's a reason why he posted that. So we shall see. Something's gonna happen. Something's about to break. I can't tell you, but I just know that he just mentioned something there. You know, hold the line, not yet. And on my signal, unleash hell. The good thing about what he said, and I think we all can take some solace into it, is that he wasn't talking about us. He wasn't talking
Yeah,
about
give us an example why Kamala is a better person. Would have been better.
supporters. So I would hate to be on the other side of that. I would hate to be on the other side of what President Trump was talking about there, because OMG, that could be absolutely nuts. All right, so
And the boys' bathroom.
Wanted to give
You
you something
silly.
to think about there, and hope you guys have a great New Year's Eve. It's close to 7 o'clock. I'm not watching those stupid New Year's Eve shows because they're.
Is despicable. The fact that Democrats were at the helm for 4 years, this happened under their watch, and part of it is because we did not enforce our laws. We didn't have systematic audits, and what I'm seeing in Ohio is just the beginning.
They've taken advantage of the system here in Ohio, and we're putting a stop to that, allowing us to go after the worst of the worst who have been embedded themselves in these communities near Columbus, Ohio.
This is also a microcosm of a much bigger scam that the Democrats have been running for decades now and drove up the cost of things like housing and healthcare and an education, the hallmarks of the American dream, making that totally out of reach for working class Americans.
Whistleblowers say there's massive levels of fraud now taking place in Ohio. And while the news is scaring people, trying to make it sound like Trump is out there doing another thing to get people who aren't from the United States originally, nobody's talking about how the fraud that we thought was limited to just one state may now be in many different places. And it's being uncovered on the regular. How scammers build businesses with only one goal in mind, not to treat anyone, care for anyone, or help anyone, but rather to collect money for America's less fortunate and then spend it on themselves. Which is exactly what we're now being told is happening in Ohio. And what types of fraud are we talking
It's about Minnesota,
First,
Ohio.
we've got illegal immigration.
Somalians bullshit. That's what it's about.
Battling all year in this country, and we're now seeing them arrest dangerous fugitives from all corners of the earth who just happened to be in Columbus, which was recently
The Epstein file's been around for decades. He's supposed to have been in jail if that was the case. What's wrong with y'all lefties? Democrats are slow.
To stopping every single kind
Now you don't do name callings.
And some of this fraud is stealing millions.
Yeah, Joe
of
Biden with his auto pen.
America's piggy bank.
He could have been done
Just
something.
like the schemes in Minnesota that we're now learning
Bill
involve
Clinton.
completely fake businesses. So obviously fake they should have failed audits, but those audits never happened, with authorities looking the other way, which whistleblowers now say is also happening in Ohio, with fraudsters setting themselves up as supposed
Hell, Obama could have had pushed the Epstein files to be out.
members, a scheme enabled by a network of doctors and government.
That's what's behind the auto pen. Obama.
To be ripped off. But before we get into the fraud schemes
He's bogus
taking
ass.
place here, we've also got to look at who ICE is arresting, because this will tell you something else.
So today we got a 47-year-old Guatemalan national. Checks every box as far as maybe public safety goes, domestic violence, DUI, criminal trespass. We got a good team out here today. Homeland Security Task Force, with some DEA guys, IRS guys.
So they got that guy, a fugitive with a long rap sheet who just happens to be hanging out in Columbus. Now, why would he go there and hang out there? Well, because this place doesn't like to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. But that hasn't stopped locals from sounding the alarm, saying that Trump is coming for them next just because they might not be from the United States, which couldn't be further from the truth. Immigration enforcement doesn't care where someone's from as long as they're here legally. And if you aren't stealing from the federal government or defrauding our country in some manner, there's absolutely nothing that the Trump administration can do. But what exactly are we looking at when it comes to financial fraud in Ohio?
So in Ohio, and there's many states like this, Pennsylvania and other states too, where you can go in and you can say, my aging parent needs a home health care and I want to provide it.
Why haven't they showed you the fact? Almost everybody blamed MAGA for the Capitol incident. But why haven't they showed you this video?
Why are you letting this happen? Why haven't you called for backup? Where is your backup? This is our damn Capitol building, and y'all are letting it get destroyed on your watch. all of y'all. Call for backup. Get some help down here.
Almost everybody blamed MAGA for the Capitol.
So the state will, as long as the doctor has approved it, continue to pay you. It could be for 10 hours, 12 hours, up to 24 when it's critical care. So you can sit at home without caring for an elderly parent who really doesn't need it, make about $75,000 to $90,000 a year. Now you add two parents, that's $180,000. Now you add your in-laws, $250,000. You continue to add this, and you wonder, what are the services being provided?
None, apparently. Nothing's being provided, and it's alleged that this type of home health fraud is rampant in Ohio. But as you're about to say, this isn't the only place where businesses and individuals say they're going to care for people and do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding, and $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
Who are you?
Oh, we are from ourselves. Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. Look at that. Shut us down.
Right, it's the same thing going on in Minnesota. You've got providers that are empty of patients and full of taxpayer money somehow. What a coincidence. The theft of government money is the new scam in America. A scam magnified by our formerly open border, which allowed individuals to enter our country without proper vetting, setting these programs up for the predictable results we're all learning about today. And this is why the Trump administration isn't looking at crime in America as a state-by-state issue, and is instead looking at this as something that puts the entire country at risk, especially when you realize how easy it is to set up these fraudulent businesses.
So a lot of providers came and said, fraud is occurring because we said we weren't going to rubber stamp this paperwork, so they went to other providers. Their home healthcare network saying, we'll make it worth your while. Well, sounds like a kickback to me. So we really need to investigate the Medicaid system and who really needs critical care, because that's meant for our disabled, our elderly, and people who really need it, not to just live off our system.
This needs to be looked at. You've got whistleblowers. This is all out in the open. There's a trail of crime in these fraud rings, and nobody's looking into it, or nobody thought they would ever have to look into it, because you better believe that if the king of fraud himself were vice president in this country, none of these investigations would be happening, something that would have benefited the fraudsters, allowing them to roll their schemes out even faster to your backyard. And you know what's funny about this? Even the folks allegedly involved in these schemes know who's partly responsible for them.
Where is all the money going for? There's no children at these daycare centers.
Sir,
Yes.
I told you, please leave.
Yes, we have a question though. Where is the children at these daycare centers if there's millions of dollars?
Ask the local government. At least they're honest. You've got the local government creating programs that are perfect for criminals, and what do we expect to happen? We should expect to see nice looking, brand new, unused daycare centers with nobody inside them, and reports of home health care taking Ohio by storm. All of these systems having the appearance of legitimacy.
A list of all of the healthcare companies. Loads of them right here. We want healthcare. Healthcare here, healthcare right here. Another healthcare company right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room of 7C.
So if this is happening in one part of America, and now we've got whistleblowers saying it's happening in other places as well, it makes sense why the Department of Homeland Security is moving south to tackle this stuff up in Ohio, where the schemes are a little bit harder to track down. You see, these don't involve setting up a fraudulent business that's obviously got no customers in it. Oh no, they have to do with enrolling as an independent healthcare provider who takes care of a relative who's getting Medicaid, which then pays out tens of thousands of dollars for the care received. And the reason these things are harder to track down is because you don't have businesses that you can just go and look at and say, oh, it looks like there should be 100 kids in there, but there's nobody in there. No, this is happening in private residences where people are also living. It makes these things a lot harder to spot, if there aren't any whistleblowers, which there are plenty of whistleblowers.
They should know that they should be following the laws. You have individuals now that are scamming the Medicaid system in Ohio. They were trying to push these providers to rubber stamp providing bills so that they could have disability help and so many other things for elderly care when they didn't need it. And when the providers
let me ask you though, what stands out to me is the percentage of young people that are claiming.
Thank you guys for joining in. Appreciate it. Happy New Year.
Of elderly people
like and subscribe.
Making claims.
Name is Deunta.
That were making claims during.
Right, that's the thing. All of these schemes should be huge red flags, because why is it that in Ohio we have these massive numbers of people who are on home care and have all of these disabilities that are outliers here and don't seem to happen in other places that don't have these fraudulent programs? It's almost like you create the program that can be taken advantage of, and all of the disabilities needed to take advantage of and get paid by it seem to skyrocket in those places.
No, Jesus is my hero.
Broad industrial complex in this country, and nobody's asking questions. None of the people in charge of giving out this money wonder why in their state. And what do? They've got these incestuous schemes where they've got the parents and the doctors and the providers all in on the take. Nobody's receiving anything. This is money intended for people in America that really need it, and nobody's getting it. And with no local government checking in on this, you have to wonder if that's by design. Were these programs set up so that they can be plundered? Is that deliberate? And who benefits? These are huge questions, which we're starting to learn the answers to. And although it's easy to audit a standing facility in a place like Minnesota that's obviously not serving anybody, if there's no inside whistleblower, it's pretty hard to blow the lid off a situation where people are committing fraud inside their own homes, where they're allowed to live, and where people, the elderly person being cared for and the relative care provider, may well be in cahoots. It's almost like a program was deliberately set up to have zero checks and balances and no ability.
They say it was the Haitian
Why are we surprised that we had increases in fraud, waste, and abuse? These individuals were able to scam a system because there was no audit, Sean. The Democrats weren't looking. They were looking the other way. Tim Walz knew that there was fraud back in 2020. He looked the other way because they're the largest voting base for him. And in Ohio, it's the same story. They figured out a way to find some of these states that have a low bar of entry where they could get a doctor to rubber stamp them. And guess what? They're rubber stamping all of this, and it's at the taxpayer expense. People with disabilities are suffering. Families across America, including in Ohio, are suffering. That's what the money was for. So when you ask about the increased percentages, Democrats were looking
because this party is the party of fraud. They started out as the party of political violence this year. That's still true. And now they're also the party of industrialized fraud, robbing America. And now we've got whistleblowers coming forward, alerting the authorities that, hey, these schemes are going on. There's people trying to find doctors to just authorize massive types of arrangements. We said no, and now they're going to go somewhere else. They're basically doctor shopping in Ohio to try to find people to legitimize this stuff. And if a normal person with a camera can spend one day visiting these institutions and find out if they're a joke, there's gotta be more that the authorities in places like Ohio can do to crack down on this stuff. But that's the thing, nobody wants to. Nobody wants to crack down on it. And now we've got the FBI getting in on the action, saying they're gonna look into it. But why do we have the FBI coming into this now? Why did it take Nick Shirley, a YouTuber in Minnesota with a camera, to give the FBI what they needed? I'll tell you why that is. We're learning every single day that the same government giving out massive amounts of your money and my money to whoever's asking for it in all 50 states through these various schemes. That same government is also where you'll find the FBI. And we're supposed to believe that the government is able to protect us from itself? Of course not. If it's incapable of stopping fraud, it's incapable of stopping fraud. And we wonder how this is happening. This is why these government programs really need to be looked at before we even set them up, because then we don't need to rely on the FBI to come along after they see a YouTube video and try to stop. But wait till you hear why they can't audit the fraud in Minnesota, and probably why they can't find it in Ohio.
Site visit in there. In these 14 high-risk programs right now, Jason, site visits aren't even required in many cases. We actually had a recent jury conviction get overturned by a judge here in Minnesota. And in that case, a DHS investigator stated that, well, we couldn't go investigate it to find out that this business was just simply run out of a P.O. box and was legitimate. We can't afford to do that, but for some reason, we can now afford anywhere from $8 to $19 billion in fraud, but we can't afford to do site visits. One of the funny videos you'll see out there recently.
There's so much money being stolen. They don't have the money for site visits, which were originally too expensive. But because we don't do the site visits, even more money ends up leaving the door. That's why these programs aren't being checked out. We're told, enforcement, too expensive. Oh, you know how expensive it would be to go to these daycare centers and look in the window and see that in Minnesota there's nobody inside? And you know how expensive it's going to be in Ohio to go to every single one of these home health providers and get in there at an appropriate time when we're allowed into a private residence to interview people and get testimony and do individual. I mean, it's going to be impossible to track down all of this fraud. So why even try? Why even try? It's almost like this was all set up to be plundered on purpose, isn't it? And then you take into consideration that the people running these schemes in Ohio have a huge advantage over any investigator because these are family units. You've got people living with each other who are related and who all benefit financially from these schemes being covered up if they are in fact illegitimate. The only way to blow the lid off of these things is to get whistleblower reports from honest physicians who don't want a kickback from approving this stuff in the first place. But if that doesn't happen, where are investigators even going to figure out? How are they even going to get a lead if no one's talking? But that's how recent investigations have been successful and actually taken down criminals. They got testimony from clients, aka patients, who were able to confirm that the services that Medicaid was being billed for never actually got provided. But without that patient turning on their provider and telling investigators what's going on, no investigation can even take place. It's like a bulletproof scheme system has been set up. By the way, this is how the fraud in Minnesota was able to go on for so long, with nobody checking to see that no one was inside of these places. You see, you've got the care providers who say that they're there to treat kids who might have a disability or might need daycare. Then you've got the parents who supposedly enroll their children in daycare. And then you've got the doctors and everybody else who might sign off on some sort of home healthcare provider's credentials.
Dr. Green, how you doing? Thanks for joining in.
You've got the diagnosis, which is fraudulent. You've got the children that aren't actually sick or aren't actually in daycare. And then you have the company that does nothing. They don't even have one legitimate patient in some of these places. And apparently it's the same thing in Ohio. You've got people who aren't disabled at all and are just in a home living there normally, getting paid tens of thousands of dollars a year to receive quote unquote care from a relative who also lives with them. It's like people's lifestyles are being funded here. They're getting a salary basically from the government to live in a place and do nothing. That's the allegations of what's going on here. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's anyone in government that would be able to figure out that this is going on and stop it, because it's the government that's paying for all of this stuff. We're supposed to believe that the same people who are totally incapable of stopping fraudulent programs from getting set up to begin with are gonna shut it down. That's the real lesson here. The real lesson here is the government can't protect people from itself. It's impossible. If it's set up to get robbed, it's gonna get robbed, and it's only gonna find out about it decades later if Vice President Walz doesn't exist, if he remains Governor Walz, and there's another administration out there with a mandate to look into this stuff. We wouldn't be hearing about any of this had Trump lost. It would be everywhere. It would be pervasive, and it would all be a secret. What do you think about that? Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.
Talking about some type of systemic racism, but you guys in Somaliland there in Minnesota and Minneapolis, you control that area. Your politics, you know, the education, they're the ones that's in charge. So where is the systemic racism?
Experiences, my policy chops, and my organizing background. For decades, we have seen our Black, Indigenous, people of color communities and working class communities facing
Wow, she's
systemic
wearing
and structural
Gucci.
racism. These problems peaked last year with COVID, and a renewed reckoning of
Gucci.
systemic racial injustices. Today, we need bold vision rooted in community to reimagine how King County functions. I bring forth decades-long experience building policy to tackle systemic issues in our region. I have consistently delivered wins on housing.
First of all,
what have you done about the crime?
Right. Well, why are you talking about black? Why are you talking about systemic racism?
Hold on right quick.
And robbing and taking advantage of our system, frauduling the system here. You know,
Thanks for staying with me. Appreciate it.
And I guess you can afford that Gucci scarf. You know, you a homeowner. Well, where did you get the money from to buy that home? Like, I'm questioning everything. And so what they're doing, like the Democrats love to do, is use the racism playbook. But here you have an immigrant, an African immigrant. This is the African American, not me, talking about some type of systemic racism. But you guys in Somalia, in Minnesota, Minneapolis, you control that area. Your politics, you know, the education. They're the ones that's in charge. So where is the systemic racism coming from? Stop putting black, seeing black. No. You're African. You're an immigrant.
It was a very different situation back in the 60s when racism was still at its peak, and you could go places where they still had signs, no colored allowed, no Negroes allowed, whites only.
And her kind was in this country when that was going on.
I know that. So this thing now about this lament about the residuum from slavery 160, 180, 200 years ago sounds rather ridiculous in retrospect, because essentially you get your act together, you sat down at the table and you did your homework, the kitchen table, you can become a multimillionaire just as quickly as anybody else in the country. But we singularly do not prepare ourselves to take that mantle. We are not doing what other ethnic groups are doing, figuring out how the economic system works. See, you know what interests me about it?
Yes, the other groups are stealing.
Yeah, but you see, you know what gets me about this whole thing is it shows a knowledge of how our system works.
But they're stealing. You know what they're doing? Yes, they are learning our system to steal billions of dollars. So systemic racism.
Well, hold on. Here's what the thing is. Too many Black Americans do not know how the system works, certainly not well enough to steal from it. These people came in and they learned the system. So why have these descendants of folk that have been here for several hundred years declined to avail themselves of the opportunity and trying to play victim? So what I was saying is you have ample opportunity to be as rich as you want in this country if you learn how it works. And that means sitting down at your table when you are a child and doing your homework. That means for the next generation, and this is the real legacy that needed to be passed on, not the money, but sitting down and having your child do the homework, and if necessary, sitting across the kitchen table to deal with it. But the parents are too busy doing the hip-hop thing themselves to pay attention to what the children are doing, and the children are coming of age insufficiently skilled in how things work in the 21st century, whether it's government, music, finance, technology, engineering, math, whether it is how to deal with social skills and get along with other folk. You can hear it. 45 years ago, they would have been talking about, now we go to Mr. Cronkite in D.C. for commentary. Now they go to, we're going to Walt in D.C. You see this familiarity where everybody, in spite of whether you are a failure or you're a success or you're a nobody, is supposed to be treated on the same level as those who are successful. This is something I used to get on people about when I was on the state trial bench. Excuse me, why can't you, sir, operate with a modicum of respect for the people you're addressing? The court is addressing you as sir. And you'll notice that all of the people that are the doctors, lawyers, engineers, businessmen, and make a big income say, sir, ma'am, thank you, please, may I? And you going around, you can't be insulted. Now, maybe there is a connection, maybe not, but you're going to find out because Officer Williams is going to escort you over there to a local lockup and see if his key works. And if it is, you're going to spend a little bit of time with us, and we'll come back and see if you develop mannerability in a while. And amazingly, they would quickly develop manners when they were compelled to do it. But you see, this stripping everything down of all formality, all politeness and mannerability in discourse and interaction with each other, this thing of you're entitled no matter how little effort you put into your own life, how lazy you are, how little purpose you have, how lacking you may be in direction, how much you fail to understand that there are consequences to anything that you do. Well, guess what? It's time to stop that. But you see, that provides the
Well, I'm not gonna block anybody on my channel.
only talking point. These guys that are trying to get you to be responsible humans and adults.
Everybody has an opinion. Go ahead and let it all out. I don't care. I'm not gonna block nobody. I'm here to learn from you guys. You can learn from me. Learn from each other. I don't block nobody on my channel. I don't care who you are.
They're evil. They're Baba Yagas. So we have to protect you from them. Meanwhile, you can undergo theft and death on your city streets, and we don't care because it's more important to us to get rid of all the rules. So, yeah, that really stinks. That really stinks, you know?
Let me just sum up this Minnesota real quick. You know, for now, this is part one because we gotta ride on this Minnesota fraud. So apparently, following the exposure of millions in fraud at Somali-run care centers in Minnesota, similar concerns are now surfacing in Washington State, where 539 of the 5,000 licensed care centers are Somali-run, many lacking physical address. So we could do a follow-up on that later on in the week when we pre-record as a part two, because I hear you know, Black America, learn how the system works, you know, get involved in politics, you know, be productive. But I'm sorry, these people, these fence jumpers, river crossers, and people from these third world or war-torn countries, whether we were involved or not, and we allow you to come over here, they steal and take advantage of our system. And the average American just want to work and have a decent home and in a decent community and give their children a decent education and pay their taxes. Our taxes should not be taken advantage of by crooks, especially when they just got here yesterday. So we still got to talk about, I want to talk about Ilion. I want to talk about,
I hear you. You want to talk about Ilion.
So this says this may have been the early signs of problems in Minnesota. According to her most recent filing, Ilion Omar's net worth is estimated to be $30 million.
Wait. What?
Yes.
How do you get to be that when for your entire adult life you collected a government check?
And you were a fleer.
Wait just a minute. Something is way wrong with this picture.
Yep, one second, Judge. Brenda, sometimes it's something with the connection where eventually my words are gonna catch up. It does that with the connection. I gotta call Spectrum to up my Wi-Fi, so it's something with the connection. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, so it says here 66,000% increase since 2019. The increase appears to be from her husband, who started a venture capital firm in 2022, which recently scrubbed all official data from his website. According to the New York Post, another $5 million of that comes from a California winery, which not only had allegations of fraud, but was declared a failure in 2023. In 2024, the winery suddenly shot up to $5 million in value, yet they have allegedly not sold a bottle, posted anything on social media since 2023. The numbers is no longer in service. Omar held her 2018 victory party at the Safari restaurant. In 2020, Ilhan Omar Mills Act in Congress, which lacks oversight of government-sponsored children's meal programs during the pandemic. The DOJ then found the owner of that restaurant, Salam Ahmed, said guilty of stealing more than $12 million for serving 3.9 million phantom meals during the pandemic. And Guhad Hashi said, who worked on Omar's campaign in 2018 to 2020, also pleaded guilty to running a fake food site called Advanced Youth Athletic Development, where he falsely claimed to serve 5,000 meals a day,
right, James,
and pocketed $3.2 million out of the food program.
We had a situation like that in Shelby County. Somebody was denied further contracts after it being discovered that they had a $13 million payout to them for allegedly conducting, shall we say, tutorial classes that nobody, the principals, hadn't heard of, through multiple small contracts of $100,000 or less that had never been submitted to the board for consideration, and there's every indication that some of the board members allegedly may be taking stuff under the table from that. So this kind of thing is almost like it's a blueprint. Years ago, they had one that was being passed around by the conservative interest. You pull it out of the book and change some of the words around and pass it as legislation in your state, which screwed stuff up because it created great inconsistencies in the state's law. It looks like they've got a playbook like that they pass around to Democratic representatives who take pages out of it and find ways to steal it. It's crazy.
Exactly. Now, Republican Randy Fine from Florida said on Wednesday in an interview that he is actively considering forcing a vote to expel Ilhan Omar from Congress. The House has struggled this year to curb the use of tools like expulsion, censure, and impeachment by renegade members as a cudgel against their political adversaries. Some members have even floated raising the threshold for censure, a rebuke that is supposed to carry significant weight, but has been watered down by its growing use in recent years. So it says Fine, in an interview on Capitol Hill, pointed to fundraising email from Omar's campaign suggesting he be expelled for saying Muslims should be destroyed. I won't sit
Thanks
down
for the likes. Thanks for subscribing. Thank you, guys.
Expulsion. If I'm going to do that, you will see me bring the piece of paper. I am actively considering that. So Trump said he wants her gone. We have so far
Get her out of here.
Republicans saying that they want to actively start some type of paperwork to get her expelled.
Megan Destroy, you just one person talking about you don't like Trump as a veteran. I seen a lot of veterans say they love Trump and respect Trump.
Hammering to get him impeached and or
I live in Rockford, from Chicago.
Free speech, but 6-7 years ago, Democrats, when they control things, would have been kicking a prosecution into high gear like they did down in Georgia.
Right.
They said, find me some more votes. And it turns out there were 320-some thousand more votes out there to be found.
Hello.
Perhaps.
Well, here's the thing. With this investigation continuing, in Minnesota, now you have the FBI, the DOJ, Homeland Security. If Ilhan is in any involvement with this fraud, and even a governor, is that grounds for her expulsion?
Yes, it is. And by the way, the House has expelled members in my lifetime for a lot less, just because there were questions about fraud and embezzlement, misappropriation of funds. There's questions. Nobody got proven guilty of that. But you see, even for the president and vice president, there are three basic grounds for sustaining an impeachment. A finding that
What I think about what?
is engaged in either fraud, misdemeanor or felony conduct in office, committed a misdemeanor or felony crime. Bribery is a second category. And thirdly, the category of treason, which is almost impossible to prove these days because it's the only crime defined in the Constitution, and what it requires is going to be hard to establish short of a wartime situation. Now, taking that out, did somebody commit a misdemeanor or a felony in office? Easy enough if they get in that situation. Vice President Spiro Agnew turned in his resignation. Minority Whip Jerry Ford took his place as vice president and agreed to pardon Dick Nixon of his criminality with the Watergate thing way back 50 years ago. And you have that. And are we dealing with bribery? Maybe.
She don't like America. Omar does not like America at all.
In committing a general misdemeanor
She respects her president
while in office are grounds for impeachment
of her country more than our eyes over here.
For prosecution.
She didn't respect Biden.
Getting indicted in Maryland and in the federal courts and wound up serving time in each system. So I was out of law school when all that happened. So I was very much interested in it since I was slanting toward trial and criminal law. I paid a lot of attention to that.
Well, listen, that flashlight needs to be up under Tim Walz's ass, Ilyan ass, and every Somalian in Minnesota. And
let me add a caveat I think both of us would agree to. If they go through all of the stages and they get properly vetted, take the classes, pass the test, and get sworn in as a citizen, good for them. They joined the team. In other words, they were a walk-on rather than somebody that got drafted during the NFL or the NBA draft, and they made it. Or they didn't get recruited to the college team by the college. They made it. They were walk-ons. I have no problem with that. But some people just got a free pass in this whole thing. And unlike some we've interviewed who have been subject to pendency of citizenship for 15 years, 21 years, 30 years, and are still trying to make it, somebody let some people cut the lines, and apparently they didn't do a good job with who they invited to cut the lines. Now that I do have a problem with.
Ohio. But before we get to Ohio, guys, so I won't forget, please hit the like button. Share this video on all your social media.
Before we say something you don't like.
Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
No children or staff were found at either location.
Are there children here today?
No kids?
All eyes have been focused on the Somali immigrant community here in America because, well, there's just a lot of fraud being associated with this community. Daycare fraud, food stamp fraud, PPP loan fraud, voter fraud. Like, there's so much that honestly has been investigated and well documented to a certain extent. And we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars from taxpayer money. The taxpayer money is supposed to be going to kids and people who actually need it, but instead it's being abused, it's being stolen, and it's going straight to people who actively admit to hating America. And it's gotten to the point where now there are millions of people being outraged about this and speaking out about it. And unfortunately, for the Somali immigrants, they have been catching a lot of attention and strays, especially in the year 2025, because this is the same community that's been doing the 5 a.m. calls to prayer. You got public elementary schools being filled with little girls in hijab, trying to bring down Christianity, talking about how much they hate America, hell, even going to the extent of supporting other countries over America. It's just a lot. And like, you already got a strike from the right for being so anti-America, but now you're being fraudulent. All eyes are on you at this point. And it's unfortunate too, and I know I'm aiding to it, but generalizing an entire group of people and just saying the Somalians this, Somalians that, but they do it too. They ride for the Somalians, they're always waving the flag. They are very like tight-knit community. And if you want to act like that, and you want to separate yourself from the Americans and American culture, American identity, and you don't want to assimilate, and you are locking yourself up in this box and going about moving around as a group, then when someone or something in your group does something bad, you all are going to catch the blame for it, because that's what you open up yourself to when you do. It's kind of like groupthink mentality, groupthink politics, and reside in this group. It's much like BLM, why a lot of Black people in totality, people generalize them, but even Black people generalize themselves. And this goes towards the gay community too, because the LGBTQ community is this, like, they view themselves as this big LGBTQ community. Anything that group does, everybody's catching a flag for it. And the same is being said for the Somalians. So it's not so much of being racist and just saying, oh, Somali this, Somali that. It's how they self-identify themselves, and they're separating themselves from American identity, American culture. It goes back to the idea that I bring up, that instead of America being a melting pot where people are assimilating into America's ideas and values and cultures and, bringing a little bit to the table, bringing different foods and music, sure, it's now turned from like America being a melting pot to a mosaic. And we're just a bunch of little different communities just living next to each other, just putting up with each other rather than blending together. And that is a huge problem that's bubbling up in another video that I am really focusing on. But regardless, in this video, we're going to be breaking down this whole Somali daycare fraud situation that's going on, why it matters, what the government is doing in response, how the community feels about it, and how my friend Nick Shirley's video has brought a lot of attention to this, and why it really matters for everyone out there, especially the taxpayers. So regardless, if you like this kind of content, be sure to subscribe, and let's dive right into this video.
There is a growing investigation into what's being described as rampant fraud involving taxpayer money in Minnesota. Funding was supposed to be spent on social services in the state. Some claim the fraud could total more than $1 billion. Chief Sophie Flay has the latest.
Federal agents say they're now going door to door in Minnesota, investigating what officials describe as rampant fraud that could total more than $1 billion in taxpayer money. The sweeping investigation is targeting dozens of suspected fraudulent businesses accused of misusing public money that was meant to support social
Happy New Year's. Thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe.
To childcare to housing assistance.
And what's interesting about this is I don't understand how this can even the people in Minnesota, the Somalians, whoever it is, I don't understand how this can make someone upset, because if you aren't committing fraud, then it's fine. You should be open to being investigated. You should be open to being challenged. If you're not doing anything wrong, then let the feds come in, do their business, and then leave. But if you are doing something wrong, what are you hiding? Why are you getting upset?
Right.
It's fraud. It's not left versus right. It's not race-based. It's just like, if you are committing fraud, it can be race-based, actually. If this community, if Somalians are just like, we are all together, we are all one, and it's a big chunk of Somalians committing fraud.
It's the same thing for the Democrats. Don't go to a red state, still voting blue.
Because you do talk your own language. So of course you're going to
Gary knew of the mind, people. Gary knew of the mind.
This video shows a self-proclaimed independent journalist visiting multiple daycare centers, which he claims got public funds, despite appearing to not have any children.
So you coming from overseas, don't come overseas to America with overseas bullshit. Now bring the food, of course. I love the food, but don't bring that bullshit.
When were these visits? For instance, were they during times that the center was scheduled to be open? Was it during the weekend?
The video highlights concern about the child care assistance program, a taxpayer-funded daycare initiative, which our Minneapolis station, KSTP, has reported on for months.
KSTP reported on license violations at some of these sites all the way back in January and noted that, quote, no children or staff were found at either location.
These latest developments are drawing new attention to ongoing federal investigations into wide-ranging fraud in the state. So far, dozens of people have been convicted in what prosecutors have called the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the United States.
The fraud is rampant across a variety of different things, from the COVID loans to, like I said, the food stamps to the daycare, autism, feeding the hungry. There's so much corruption. It is insane. And it sucks that it's taking Nick Shirley to do a video to push forward more investigation, I guess, because people have already gone to jail. This is something, like you said, this is something that's already being looked into, but the fact that it hasn't been taken this serious, or we haven't at least been shown it's been taken this serious, is a little frustrating.
Case in which defendants were charged with stealing taxpayer dollars meant to feed children and using it to enrich themselves. Yes. FBI Director Kash Patel claims that case is just the tip of a very large iceberg. Now, he says he's surging more resources to Minnesota to investigate. But Minnesota Governor Tim Walz pushing back. His office insists he worked for years to crack down on fraud, saying he has strengthened oversight, including launching investigations into these specific facilities, one of which was already closed. Sophie Flay, ABC News, New York.
Is that true, though? Is that the case? Because why there's still so many fraudulent businesses out there that Nick has gone to that we're going to go through in this video? Why is that still a thing? Why?
Thanks, James. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Arms with all the taxes that people pay. It's like, what are you paying for? There's so many people within the government. There's so many, like, layers and steps. And
yeah, Cash and Bondi are useless, man.
This program. Fix it. Fix it. And it seems
he should have got Matt Gaetz on there. Matt Gaetz would have been on it.
It's nonsense. I want more attention to be focused on the crimes and the atrocities that are being taken place.
They hated Matt Gaetz. He was supposed to be Attorney General. I wish he was.
As of making this video on Tuesday, December 30th, 2025, there is more states coming forward with lots of different fraudulent things going on at play. Y'all, we have to be careful in these streets, especially if you get injured. But thankfully, if you do, you can check out Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Everything is free unless you win your case, which that alone blows my mind. But two, their lawyers, they don't play. Someone got offered $20,000, but after they started working with Morgan & Morgan, they got $120 million. This person right here got offered $16,000 pre-trial offer.
Here at Future Leaders Early Learning Center, this building received over $3 million. Hello. How are you? I would like to see if I could bring little Joey, my son little Joey here. Is there paperwork? Can I check out the daycare? No. Why can't I check out the daycare? Okay, but if I can't get paperwork or anything to submit my son little Joey to come in here.
Joey.
Valid criticism to this video against Nick. People were saying, why would anyone just let you in? You got this big old camera in her face, and you got security guards probably in the back, and you're traveling with someone. Why would they even let you in? The kicker is, you can at least give paperwork. You can at least give a business card. You can at least give them the instruction, okay, well, I can't even in right now because all the kids are out. I don't want you seeing the kids, but here are the steps you take to enroll your kid, Joey. There's things this person could have done, but it looks like this person don't know a lick of English. I feel bad for the woman because she looks a little battered up. Not good. This is America.
Hey, Maggot Destroyed, have you subscribed to the channel? I'm glad you're here.
We'd really like to put Joey.
Appreciate it.
No, I would like your business card, actually. Okay, can I speak with somebody? Where are the children at?
Yeah, I know they wouldn't let Matt Gaetz in. I wish they did.
No children. Why are there no children? Would my son little Joey have friends to play with here?
Thanks for the subs. Thank you,
The
guys.
judgment's coming out a little bit. Half of me feels like
That cat, thank you. Appreciate it.
Because we know the
Happy
community
New
is so
Year's.
tight knit. Because we see how everybody's moving up in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Are whites even allowed to begin with?
No friends for little Joey. Dang it. Well, have a great rest of your day. So, little Joey would not be accepted to that daycare.
Man, it's tough for Joey.
And because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism has occurred here in Minnesota because of the government funds that they're receiving. I tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him in the autism center because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you
like more than 5? Probably, so you don't really know.
And it's like, why
Thanks,
can't you
James.
answer a simple question? Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Lane.
Enroll like this many kids. If you're looking to enroll your kid, here's some more information. Here's a packet. Here's a business card. There's simple things you can do to make this not look fraudulent, make it not look sketchy, make it not look weird.
Yeah, they out of control with these con artist shit.
The fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here. What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up? What news? Are you a news reporter? My name's Nick. We're doing a little.
No, it's Nick Shirley.
Joey spot to put himself in one of these centers here because there's the fraud. Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business. We're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
Do Muslims even celebrate Christmas? I don't know if they Muslims celebrate Christmas, so they should be open. Like most of these liquor stores be open. They never close. 7 days a week they open.
Companies that have been dealing with fraud, but we're not one of them. We're proud, we're right, we're a good business. Here's what you need. None of that. It's just never been really weird and sketchy behavior. This is the stuff that Nick was uncovering in his full video. I'll have a link below if you haven't watched it yet. We're talking, what is it, over like 2 million views on YouTube right now and over like 125 million on X. Crazy.
Here in Minnesota, massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong. And they said leering.
Leering.
Learning wrong. Quality Leering Center. He's actually selling merch right now with that on the hoodie. But it's Quality Leering
With the word
Center.
quality.
That sign printed out above this business. It was that blatant. Y'all know what y'all talking about, what y'all were doing. But it was actually running business.
Like who wrote the check? The check spell. I'm pretty sure the check spell was right, but the building wasn't right.
The strange thing about these
Amazing.
childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were trying to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working. Midday.
Good one, that cat. Good one.
It's licensed for 99 children.
We about to fact check this shit. First, if you mess with me, make sure you hit that follow button. Let's get what the hell is he talking about? First, the reason why you don't see any kids there on a midday is because they're permanently closed. Which makes me wonder, why didn't you show nobody what it said on that door? And I try to read it.
This video went viral. And there's a reason why I wait a few little days to trickle out, to let things simmer down, to let more things roll in. That business is not closed. They keep talking about how it's closed, but I have a video I'm about to show y'all in a second. It's open. Kids are going in. Like the owner's son was talking about it. And they even fixed the sign from Quality Learning Center to Learning Center. If anything, knowing this place is like from 2 to 10 in the afternoon, maybe Nick did go when this place was actually closed, but it's not permanently closed. Like it actually is a function.
Yeah, where's Ice Baby? Ice Barbie.
Isn't because of fraud, it's because they're a bad daycare center. I mean, if you was an actual journalist, you'd have been able to find all the investigations they had since 2022. Their last investigation was in July. See that all the violations are related to child safety.
And they're still open. Look at this.
The YouTuber that was making the claims, you were here earlier today. I came here at 1 o'clock. You were here. Where are you now? You claim we're closed. You claim we're fine. Where are you? Why are you not here right now? It's like you're trying to put out a certain message about a certain.
Right, 10 p.m. That's crazy.
I don't want to make that claim without me knowing him personally, but that's what it seems like he's doing. From his
I know people work 2 jobs, but no daycare open up at 10 p.m. Period. Not in Chicago, not out here in Rockford.
Cars in the parking lot, the signs getting fixed. Why is all that all of a sudden happening now that y'all have been exposed? This is the weird stuff. If it's not fraudulent, it's not fraudulent. That's fine. Why are you acting fraudulent? Why are you acting fake? Why are you acting phony? It's weird behavior, you guys. All of this is.
When they target communities for their own benefit, this is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
Tampon Tim, you are white.
Now, this is why nobody says shit anymore. Calling out fraud is not white supremacy. Calling out fraud is not racist.
That shit's so played out.
That's it. But to immediately go to, oh, it's white supremacy. Oh, it's racist if you call this out, if you pay attention to
It's
this.
bullshit.
It's why don't nobody be saying nothing anymore. And then when people do, they do get slapped for being called racist and xenophobic and
It's 2026 in all that bullshit. The victim bullshit, the racist bullshit, white supremacy, in all that shit. Denounced all that bullshit. That shit's stupid.
They're trying to expose this. You know, you're doing
Common
it
sense.
because you're white supremacist. What is your response to him?
Yeah, Tim wants votes. There are entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over and they're inside of these towns like Minneapolis where they can go get votes from these people. If you have 100,000 people that will vote for you because you're going to enable and let this stuff happen and because you're going to call a white person racist for calling out facts, this is what's going to happen to a state like Minnesota. Minnesotans, they say Minnesota nice, but they are very upset. And I totally understand why they're upset. Because they don't have a governor who's actually working for them. He's actually working against them.
you know, the governor is actually working on behalf of the Somali people. We've already gone through before another video. The whole flag has changed. It literally, it very closely mimics and represents Somalia. So, like the state flag, it really.
The lieutenant governor was wearing a hijab. Why are you wearing that?
Complexes and buildings and neighborhoods to focus on creating this more like Somali type village, and we see this a lot in New York. They're still fine with other cultures being around, but the Jewish neighborhoods, the Indian neighborhoods, the Russian neighborhoods, it goes back to the whole not assimilating thing. And it's just a bunch of people coexisting next to each other and keep wanting to further and create this like exclusive community of just their own people, as if we all just aren't Americans.
Thanks for staying with me. I appreciate you guys. Happy New Year, and thank you so much.
The mindset, I don't want my taxpayer money going. Even there's a lot of other taxpaying people who don't want to share their money, their taxes, going towards people who actively hate them. That's stupid. Why would I want my money to go to people who hate me? Why would I want my money to go to Americans, immigrants, who actively don't even want to be here, who actively shit on America, who actively burn the flag? For what reason and
Thanks,
why
Melissa.
do I have to have any loyalty or allegiance to these people when they're acting like their own group anyways? You call people racist for calling it out, but they're racist themselves. They're putting their own race, their own group on a high horse on the pedestal, saying, this is our group, they're waving their own damn country's flag, go back. Why the hell are you here in America in the first place? All you're gonna do is come here, bitch, moan and complain, and wave the flag of the country you left. Go if you love it so much.
I just said that earlier.
And you gone, then assimilate, become a part of American culture, drop the hijab, drop all the shit. Listen, enough. We need to have some set standard of what the culture here is in America before we lose this damn country. We really do. Like mandating English. If you're gonna immigrate here, you're gonna be a legal immigrant, you need to know English, know the language, speak it, put a limit to certain cultural things. Like, why is it normal? Like, why is it normal for Americans to go to a foreign country and wear their get-ups, wear the coverings, do all the stuff? But it's not normal for those people in America and us to be like, okay, now that you're here, you have to like take that off. Interesting conversation. When we go over there, they're all dressed up. When we're here, we don't mandate that they undress up because that's not our culture. It opens up a whole can of worms. It does, and we'll talk about that in other videos. So be sure to subscribe. But that is a very interesting dichotomy that I'm honestly seeing.
Nick, your video's been viewed 93 million times. What do you think will be the result of this? Do you think that things will change because of bringing attention to this, or do you think it'll be much the same, swept under the rug and keep moving forward?
Yeah, there better be change. People are demanding it. The investigations have been launched just from that video alone. And so there better be change because, like I said, we work way too hard to be paying taxes. We work way too hard to be not knowing where.
That lucky, what cop put you over for what happened? What cop put you over for no reason?
Facts, but it pisses me off. It's irritating that it takes Nick to make a video for our government to really push and go after something. Now, they have been doing investigations. They've been doing their job, but we're going to get into later in this video about how they're going the extra steps. Like,
You're right, America is great. You're right.
And it's like, why are you? Because this video went viral and now and they got the the heat under you have the flame under your ass. Now you're actively going to do something when this whole time you could have been doing
I
something.
think his name is Amir Odom.
It's weird behavior, even on our government's sake. It's like, I'm glad some changes are been going into effect and people are taking this more seriously and it's riling people up. But if y'all said y'all notice what's going on, at least come forward with that and have this aid to your investigation and not act like a response to this video.
No problem.
Instead of our government taking this video and be like, okay, Nick's video came out, he did a great job, but we're already going through all this. Here's some changes that we've been making in the back end that will come public with now. It seems like it's like a reaction. It's like Nick's video came out and it's crazy. So now we're gonna do this, and this. Now you're making it look like you haven't been doing anything to begin with. That's the energy that you're putting off.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not breaking any laws. You are racist. I'm not. Huh? I'm just asking, is this a child care center? I know who you are. Okay, is this a child care center? I'm a what?
He's a racist terrorist for investigating whether or not a business is partaking into fraud. We talked about it in the intro of this video.
Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the likes.
Because you're just going after Somalian businesses, sure. But like I said before, when the Somalians move in a crowd and you're actively saying, we are Somalians, we stand together, yada yada, you're all going to be looked at. That's just fair.
I'm a what? Did you say I'm a terrorist? I know who you are. We are here at the Benatti Child Care 2 LLC on Cleveland Ave in Columbus, Ohio at 5 p.m. On a weekday. It says that they are open from 6:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Sunday. And, it's 5 p.m. right now, and we'll knock on the door and see if anyone's actually here. Doesn't look like there's anyone that would be here. Certainly not a place that I would want my children, if I had kids, to be. Wait a couple more seconds, maybe give another knock.
This is what makes it sus. Like, somebody could either just open up the door and say, hey, we're dealing with stuff, here's a pamphlet. Or, hey, there's things that can be done. There's things that can be said. Like, this just looks fishy. It looks sus.
Don't hear anything, no cars. And it's
Appreciate it, thank you.
There would be, you would think, lots of pickups going on if this were actually a active child care center. There's a camera right there. Right up there, you see. So.
Oh wow, that's funny, Melissa.
Some sort of activity going on. There's a boutique right next door, so with Arabic writing on it. There's someone looking through now the corner, so she just pops through. I don't know if she's someone come out or not. I didn't see any kids in there. Don't see any pickups going on. But there was a
Thanks,
woman
Karen.
in there, so she did peep.
It's weird behavior, is it not? You could easily just open up the door and be like, go away, or like, here's a pamphlet. Not even go away. Like, you're a business. You're open for business. Give a flyer or give a business card. Don't just peep out the window and then go away. That's
Right.
weird.
Peek through, not opening the door. We'll wait another 10 seconds or so. We'll see.
Nothing.
Don't believe they're going to be coming to the door, but there was someone peeking through right through that window. So there are people in there, or at least one person that we know of. Does not appear to be an actual daycare center, though. So should be some investigations going into this soon, hopefully. Hey, man, is this a child care center? Hey, is this a child care center? Why are you recording?
What are you recording?
Is this a child care center? Why are you recording? Is this a child care center? No. It's not. Stop recording. It's not our child.
Stop recording.
Stop recording. You're resisting. Why are you recording? Because I'm curious if this is a child care center. Where are you from? I'm from Ohio. No. Who's in you? Me. I'm an independent person. I own my own company. So you are a YouTuber, so you need the social media. I mean, I represent myself. You have just recorded it.
the police, okay?
Okay, that's fine. I'm not breaking any law.
This is weird. You're sending the police. You get all other mad and angry. You in people's faces because he wants to see if it's an actual daycare. If it's not fraudulent, there should be no problem showing what's going on in the business, or at least giving a flyer. But you are making it look fraudulent. You are making it look weird. You are making people want to investigate further what the hell is going on. Like allowing, Amir, allowing immigrants to just come in this country with no assimilation, no languages, things like just come on in was the worst thing that's happened to America. This right here is the worst thing that happened to America. It is. It is the worst thing to happen to America. Just open door immigration. Come on in. We don't care if you hate this country. We don't care if you barely know English. We don't care nothing. Just come on in, and then we're gonna create tax programs and loans and everything under the sun to help y'all out. So much so that you take advantage of it and you fraud the state of its resources. This is shit that radicalized people. I swear to you, it is.
The Somalian community in Minnesota is so cooked. Just like the worst PR any group of people can ever get. This YouTuber called Nick Shirley linked up with another dude who's already been investigating fraud in the Somalian community in Minnesota. And they exposed $100 million in fraud from the Somalian community. They so cooked. This video here went so viral that the president of the United States reacted to this.
There's one building that has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address.
And the government knows about this.
The government knows they're writing the checks. Yeah, the Democrats over there writing the checks.
I think this is a political issue. I think this is an issue of some really bad actors ruining for everybody.
And no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here. All right, let's go in.
No.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell? Try to get in, ring the doorbell. Nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. It says here on their sign. Yet there's absolutely.
And you could do this at a regular daycare here. Well, that is damn. That's crazy. I'm gonna say in America. That is in America too. Third world ass country. Turning our streets into a third world ass country. You could go to a daycare in like regular America. You can knock on the door. You can ring the doorbell. You can get information. Why can't you do that here?
Nobody here. Oh, can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager?
Like if you're running a legitimate business and you have nothing to hide, if somebody comes and wants to register their kids to come to the daycare, I think the least you would have is an application, right? Like you would have an application. Okay, here, fill this out.
That's the least you could do.
The fact that there's no application, they're active.
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here. Because there's the fraud. Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a and it's not fair. It's not okay to categorize all Somalians as scammers and fraudsters due to the actions of a few. It's not okay to treat all Somalians poorly due to the actions of a few. But we have the president of the United States responding back and sensationalizing and vilifying all Somalians.
Well, because all Somalians act like they are one group. They act like they are one community.
They say it was better than us.
And co-sign whatever each other's do. That's what happens when you move like that. That's what happens when you move as this tight-knit group. We are Somalians and the languages and when you act like that, you then assume all the bad things that happen within that very tight-knit community. You have to speak on behalf of that, so you want to speak on behalf of everything else as one entity and one group. So you open the doors for that. You open up to be criticized as a group, and it's not so much we're vilifying them. It's like, damn, if the villain is a villain. If you want to act fraudulent, we're going to be calling you frauds. You want to act like a tight-knit group, and you want to act like frauds, some of y'all do, then yeah, all fraudulent. Until you call it out yourself, until you stop acting weird, until you open up a door of your daycare and say, actually, hey, here's the deal. There are some fraudulent things going out there, and those are being investigated, but that ain't it here. Here's the flyer for little Joey. here's this, this, and this. You can go online to our website. You can find a tour of our facilities inside with the children here, because I can't let you in because there are children here. There's ways that Somalians can push against that, but they're not. So what do you expect?
You knock on the door of a daycare center and you're like, let me in, let me in. What do you expect people to do? You know, in some of those cases, there were children in there. What do you want people to do?
In what cases were there actual children in there? And what you want people to do is give a flyer, some information. I just say, no, 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 yes, no, manager, no, yes, no. Be so for real.
And say, come on in. When they know that the Somali community is under attack, is being threatened every single day.
And whose fault?
Look, if there's fraud there or anywhere else as it relates to Medicaid, it should be rooted out. Whoever is perpetrating it should be prosecuted, no question. But, you know, in the homeless shelters I run, we have daycare centers. If someone just showed up at the door banging to say, I want to, you know, bring a child there, we would not let them in. We don't let people who are unauthorized come in to daycare centers.
But you hand out flyers and give information for the people that do want to enter later.
But a big part of this that we also have to note is there was no need for the president to say the horrible things he said about the Somali community.
And there's no need for the Somali community to be saying the horrible things they say about America and the horrible things that Somalians doing out there, not assimilating into American culture, waving their own flag at their own country that they fled. Go the... Ooh, see? I'm hungry. This is what happens when I film when I'm hungry. This is what happens when I film when I'm hungry. I'm hangry, and Jamal's crashing out. Jamal's getting unearthed. Like, I'm like, niggas. Like, go full Jamal nigga moment because I'm hungry. But two, I'm so ooh, it nothing irritate boils my blood more than a person that comes to America and don't like America. Just nasty, disgusting behavior. Ooh. You know what, y'all? These videos piss me off.
Today I'm showing you 161 Child Care in Columbus, Ohio.
The hell is that?
It does not look like a child care center at all. It is locked. Says it's open.
Mind you, this is more than Nick now, who is going out here doing this investigative journalism and knocking on these doors. It's more than just Nick. It's like a third different guy we done seen actively finding and wanting more information for these daycare centers. And people, what's about to happen?
There's a little desk right there, but the ceiling's all falling out and stuff like that. And if you come to...
I understand. Fraud is bad. I understand. Fraud is bad.
Damn. Yeah, fraud is bad.
Back, you can see that this place is just a total dump. Literal just debris everywhere.
What has our country come to?
This is a question. How do you enroll? How do you enroll your children here? You can't do that?
Because y'all all act like this in one big ass group, you make it look fraudulent and fishy. You make it look crazy and dystopian. When you sit here with this phone, just like, you don't think somebody don't think that's fraudulent? That's weird behavior? Instead of you dispelling a rumor for yourself, you got one person there, he ain't no harm. You could easily, not even that, if you don't even want to open the door for safety reasons, you can just say, hey sir, we're not going to open the door. Here's a flyer, here's information you can do. Give a call to this number and I'll talk to you on the phone right now. But instead, you want to act like this. And you want to sit up here and wonder why everybody's just lumping y'all all into one big ass box. You want to sit here and wonder why so many people just look at Somalians as a whole and say, this is the behavior that they exhibit. This is what they do. This is how they act. This is how they respond to someone asking a very simple question to the fraudulent behaviors that we're seeing happen.
No kids? So how can I enroll my children? It says you get public money through. You get public money through Ohio. You get money through the state of Ohio.
Look at her eyes.
This is a money that gets.
Damn.
That woman is gonna be in my nightmares. That
Look at her eyes, man.
Individual as an entity.
Pray for these people. Pray for each other.
I think it's fraudulent and weird.
Kicking out Somalis, you have to kick out everyone else. Like, I'll be honest, I'm speaking for all of my African brothers and sisters.
Yeah, of course, a bunch of people that did it. They got voted in to do the bullshit. Stop voting blue no matter who.
You could have said. All of y'all go.
Do more research when you vote for.
I'll help you book the flight. But get on the boat for all I care. Go. You think that's a bad thing? Boy. That's Christmas all over again. Take all your asses and leave. Just leave. Get out the damn country. You hate it here anyways. You always complaining, bitching, and moaning. Go back. Leave. You think that's a bad thing if all Somalis get kicked out? All the Africans will leave with us. Go. We'll financially recover. You ain't said nothing but a word.
We'll eat together.
You're right. You're right, Mike.
Everyone else, I'll be honest, and I know everyone in the comments and everyone watching this video agrees with me.
I agree. Leave. Stay left. Go. I will help you. Here's your oars. You can paddle your ass back to Somalia and do what you got to do out there. Since you got the damn flag and you already missed home, go.
Right, go home.
That was a bad thing to say. That's a great solution. All of y'all, leave.
I'm HHS Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill. I'm here with Assistant Secretary Alex Adams.
Okay, this is what just happened right before I hit record for this video. But this is Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill, and he said we have frozen all child care payments to the state of Minnesota. Shit's going down. Let's hear what he has to say.
Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
I'm with it. I'm gonna let this go, but like fraud over the last decade. So why does it take a 23-year-old YouTuber to put this shit on blast for you to come up here and do this and pause all payments? That's not a flex. Not a flex for the government.
Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children. Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
Today, we have taken 3 direct actions against the blatant fraud
Definitely
that
huge.
seems to be rampant in Minnesota. First, I've activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment.
So why wasn't that a thing to begin with from the jump? That sounds very simple, very basic. Hey, I need a receipt. I need a justification for you to get a payment. Y'all weren't doing... No? Am I going crazy? Seems quite dumb to not do that off the rip.
Second, I've just signed and sent a demand letter to Governor Walz. I required a full 360 review of these centers. This includes attendance records, licenses, complaints, investigations, and inspections.
And third, we've launched a dedicated fraud reporting hotline and email address at childcare.gov. Whether you're a parent, a provider, a member of the public, we want to hear from you.
That wasn't from the jump either. This is all great stuff. But it's all stuff I feel like could have and should have been in place from the very get-go. It's so bittersweet because I'm all for you acting this fast and getting these things in place and pausing the payments and really taking care of it. But were you ever going to take care of it if it wasn't for the video? That's our government. See, America, I love it here. I know I am blessed to be here. It's one of the best countries, if not the best on the planet. But this is an example of the shit we got to fix here at home. We got no business giving all this money out to everybody else. We already don't know where the hell money's going to begin with. We already taking our damn taxpaying money. How many other states don't have that in place? You know what I'm saying? This is about to get, we are not barely. We're not even in 2026 yet. It's about to be a wild year. Buckle up and subscribe.
All jokes aside, pointing out fraud doesn't make you right wing or left wing. Everybody's getting robbed. it's fun to troll the haters, but in reality, we're all getting played. I pay my taxes too. I'm Ethiopian. I'm not even Somali. With that being said, I've already seen my tax-paying dollars go to illegal immigrants. So why are we going to send them to more illegal immigrants? This shit is so backwards. If anything, give me my money. Shit, give me my tax.
Give me the money back. That's what I'm saying. That's what it all boils down to, and why most people are getting very, very upset, rowdy, and just ready to flip the table, burn down the whole system. Because where's all our money going? It's clear you don't know what you're doing with our tax-paying money. It's clear the money is being sent every which way. It's clear we're all getting robbed. It's not even left versus right. This is just horrible politics, and then like regular everyday Americans just being bent over. And it's unfortunate that this is the case. I'm sad that this is the thing that is happening, but I'm glad that the changes are being put in place and things are happening. But I hate that it took Nick's video to do it. Again, major shout out to Nick. Love Nick. We'll be working with him in the future. I was just texting him this morning about how proud I am of him. Really great guy, but damn, the feds really, you fumbled this one bad. Like a lot of other things have been fumbled, and we'll get into that in another video, so be sure to subscribe. All the fumbles from this damn administration so far.
Okay, I can go. Do you guys want another video? So I got another one.
Accusations are in fact true. She may not have any choice. I mean, like, it's the end of the road for one Ilhan Omar, as well as for her husband, Timmy. He's like, Tim must be a very popular name. What do you know? Minnesota, another Timmy. So her Timmy is possibly in some serious
Damn, Fields.
Here's a big article that appeared in Axios.
They say he gay and a MAGA. That can't be. Damn.
Republican, actually, out of Florida. He's had it with this woman. So she took some of his words out of context.
I just hope you know what a woman is.
Really the Muslim
it really doesn't matter if you're gay or not.
What are we doing letting them all in? He was actually referring to
It really doesn't matter.
Homegrown terror or terror abroad. And he was saying we need to be more cognizant of this. And she took that and ran with it in a fundraising email. She's like, oh, yeah, he wants to wipe us out. So we gotta go after him. We gotta raise money for me, Ilhan Omar, so as to prevent that. And he was really offended by that. And he's like, okay, lady, you know what? I can go after you pretty hard, much harder than it seemed like I was going after you the other day on Capitol Hill. In fact, I can launch an entire vote, and I'm going to, he said, to get you kicked out of Congress, because she was the one that introduced the legislation that led to the $250 billion being defrauded. Yeah, that was kind of a big deal, don't you think? She was the woman who held all those events at the restaurant, or restaurants plural. This graphic, actually, I should courtesy of my folks. I'm gonna hand to them. We got good graphics too here in the Trish Regan show, but Fox gets the credit on this one. Held events at one of the restaurants named in the fraud case, and had a former staffer who was convicted. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, actually convicted. So one of those many, what are they up to, over 70 right now, convictions in all of this. So you start to say to yourself, gee, you know, Ilhan, this is adding up to a pretty bad set of circumstances. On the day you announce your marriage to Timmy, Myatt, whatever his name is, he's the guy who's the campaign manager. You can't make it.
What's up, American Trade?
Their net worth went from like 200,000
Thanks for joining in. Happy New Year.
Up to 30 million. That's what she says she's worth now. It's like, whoa, because he's got something that he calls a private equity firm. Let me tell you, I know a lot about private equity. This ain't no private equity firm. No. Rose Lake Capital, gosh, it sounds like one of Hunter's things, right? It actually strikes me, if you go on the website, as being nothing but a political consultant operation. And with a winery investment, apparently there were allegations of fraud in that investment too. Whoa! I mean, these people, you know, she really met her match.
Appreciate you coming back, man. Thank you.
Proved to be true. $9 billion. That's the latest and greatest.
Sharing information with the people, man. Getting the truth out there.
We're talking about Medicaid fraud. Okay.
I see. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you.
We're talking about daycare fraud. Wait till you see what I show you. One YouTuber, like he's gonna take Ilhan down. It's fantastic. He went into these daycares that don't actually have any kids in them, yet they were getting millions of
She could be a
dollars.
citizen for 20 years, but if her paperwork ain't right,
Daycare fraud,
you gotta go.
Medicaid and Medicare fraud, and you've got, of course, her feeding the nation fraud. The guy who hosts
Good,
her
brother.
victory
Yep.
tour and gives her money for her campaign. He's one of the guys who's been convicted in all this. I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, remember when Donald Trump said the other day those things that he said about Somalians, and I do believe he referred to Ilhan Omar and her friends as garbage, and then all this comes out? Gosh, I guess he knew something, right? For those of you that think I'm too close to the camera, please know, if you're just joining, I'm on a boat. And occasionally the shot goes a little bit like that, and I have no choice. I have to be really close to the camera. So you got to see me up close and personal. By the way, peace of my mind. Thank you for checking in on me. Some of you guys were worried. You're like, "Where's Trish? Where did she go yesterday?" Because you know I'm always here pretty much every single day. But I am on a boat. I am traveling with family, and I had some Wi-Fi connectivity issues. That happens now and then.
If it's a Democratic court, they ain't gonna allow it. That's the bullshit
Small
part.
issues, but I'm back.
The judges are activists,
Thrilled to be here.
social justice
Get ready to
warriors.
close out. As we close out the year, wow, I mean, 2025, my goodness. Let me share with you what Representative Randy Fine is saying out of Florida. Let's go to this because he's not taking any prisoners. Ilhan Omar, if he gets his way, she's going down. She's being kicked out of Congress. He said he's going to force the vote. Go, Randy.
Expelled from the United States, and that's something that I'm working on. But
Get her out of here.
this position is she decided to send around fundraising emails saying I should be expelled from Congress. Well, if that's her view, she should go for it. And so what I've said is if I'm going to try to expel her, it won't be in a fundraising email. She'll deal with it on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives.
Woo! Okay. So I should add to that he is, in fact, planning to do that. It looks like the feed got a little bit sticky for some. I'm seeing that. Apologies for that. Not sure why it got frozen. Can you hear me all right? They must not want me going after Ilhan this hard. Hopefully we start coming back, you guys, because that's a pain, I know. You're back, and it's gone again. Defender of the truth. I'm so sorry. I guess I actually should have, you know what? I should have probably taped this. And we should have done it that way. Hopefully this live feed will in fact manage to do okay. Like I said, blame Elon. Elon, we're counting on you here with Starlink.
Right, crooked judge.
It's not good when it's not happening for us. So that's kind of a bummer. But Ilhan Omar, it's really a bummer for you because I think that the reality is this. You are going to be out if in fact these allegations are proven to be true. Now, I'm sure she's smart enough. I'm sure she's smart enough to have managed. Let's see, are we coming back? I'm sure she's smart enough to have managed to have, or shall we say, kept her fingerprints off this. But you got a pretty dedicated FBI there with one Cash Patel in the seat. And, you know, although I've been incredibly frustrated with Pam Bondi and continue to remain rather frustrated.
Right, they on bullshit.
We have to hope that they're going to go and cross the I's and dot the T's and get what they can done. So
Okay,
it looks like, guys,
okay,
we're still actually frozen. Unfortunately, perhaps the better answer today is for us not to do this live, but to actually try this in taped format, and I'll be with you a little bit later on here in the day.
Gun grabbers.
Because and tell me if I'm okay. Defender of the Truth says we're back, so maybe we're back. Maybe we just went through a rough patch here in the Caribbean. What do you think?
Right, that's what it means, right.
I am actually looking at this in real time. I always do, but right now I'm really relying on you to see if we do have the feed or not. And if we don't, then we are going to, it looks like we're back. Okay, so Congress is going to vote on whether or not Ilhan Omar gets to stay in. And what they're going to need in this case is more proof, of course, that she somehow absolutely knew what was going down when she introduced Feeding the Nation, Feeding Our Future, when she introduced that legislation on the day that she and Timmy got married. How much did she know was actually going to wind up going to fraudsters? Because that's what we had, a situation where all of this went to, you know, the people that should last be getting this money. And people are angry about it, understandably so. it's now gotten to the level where people are now calling for criminal charges against one Ilhan Omar. Criminal charges. That's where we're at. Tom Emmer, he is the representative from Minnesota, the Republican representative, and he's like, you know what? This is unacceptable.
You have to remember having a gun. Yeah, have a gun. You're American, have a gun.
Fraud. And now he's suggesting that there should be criminal charges brought
It's all about
against
safety.
Ilhan Omar. Now, I would say you're going to have to prove a lot out, right? Now, she's smart. She's going to cover her bases, and she's not going to have her fingerprints on this. But it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good when you're the one who introduces the bill, and then the guy who's like hosting your victory dinner for your big victory.
Right, she's more loyal to her country, Somalia, and the president. She's not loyal to America. She always dissing America, crying, dissing the white man.
Who's involved in it and actually convicted.
Somalians don't like black Americans either. They don't like me. I love them. I'm getting against them.
Meanwhile, she's livid because there's all these daycares that weren't actually teaching kids or even housing kids or doing anything with kids. They were just centers of more fraud. So Linda McMahon is out there absolutely furious at calling Ilhan Omar as disingenuous, she said, as they come. Here's the quote that she spoke to the reporter from the New York Post on Saturday about. She said,
it's all about control.
Is as disingenuous as they come. She promises socialist policies while cashing in a taxpayer-funded paycheck and sitting on tens of millions of dollars. At least now we have an explanation for why she's so out of touch with the priorities of hardworking, everyday Minnesotans. Yeah. You know, she's not out of touch with their priorities. She's very much in touch with her priorities because it's Ilhan Omar and little Timmy, the new hubby. They're all that matters, okay? That's what matters to Ilhan. Oh, and I guess keeping some of the donors that keep her campaign coffers and thus her husband's salary, don't forget, steady. Like, they matter too. But they're the guys that are the fraudsters. I mean, I'm just saying this. Like, where there's smoke, there's usually fire. Okay, so you can't leave this one alone. You're going to have to keep digging and digging and digging. And listen, what did Elon do? He found all kinds of fraud.
Okay.
And everybody was like, where'd he go? He's gone away. He could only actually, by law, because of the kinds of clearances he had, only stay a certain amount of time. And so, yeah, sure, now he's gone. He's away. But this work is being carried on in a different fashion, and they're finding all kinds of things. Here's the travesty, though. Think about this. They started finding this back in 2012, 2014, and there were a lot of alarm bells that went off, and there were a lot of whistleblowers that were like, hey, this does not seem right. We think that we've got all this fraud, and nobody did anything about it. So this has now reached a level where everybody's really concerned. Here's a Fox summary that kind of puts it in perspective.
6 new indictments and 1 guilty plea were announced.
Right, if he bogus, then send her ass away. But she legit, she got to stay. She legit, but she foul. Get up out of here.
The new indictment zeroes in on the autism program called Early Intensive Developmental and Behavioral Intervention, or EIDBI, and zeroed in on housing stabilization programs. In the case of the housing stabilization programs, the Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Johnson says defendants claim to provide housing assistance to people with mental illness or drug and alcohol problems, and they say the defendants submitted claims, provided no service. Thompson used the term fraud tourism, claiming 2 men from Philadelphia learned there was easy money in Minnesota, so they flew into the state, set up shop, and started billing the government. As far as defrauding autism programs, Thompson introduced one new case of a defendant recruiting parents, getting bogus documents for a diagnosis of autism for the child. The parents would then get a kickback from the money intended to treat the autistic child.
What we're seeing is programs that are just entirely fraudulent. These aren't companies that are providing some services but overbilling Medicare or Medicaid. These are companies that are providing essentially no services. They're essentially shell companies created to defraud the program, created to submit on a wholesale level.
Now, the housing stabilization program, for one, was created with a prediction it would cost $2.6 million annually. It ballooned to $21 million in 2021 and exploded to $104 million in 2024. All but a handful of the defendants thus far are part of the Minnesota Somali community.
Gosh, they're all part of the club. They're all one and the same, and they are all part of the people that Donald Trump was so upset about that other day, where they called him all kinds of things for saying what he did. By the way, hey, Catcher, AD, thank you so much. I always think of you guys, even on my vacation. We had a great day at the beach, by the way. I actually swam in the Caribbean Sea. I never do that. It was beautiful. So I had a great day swimming with the kids and everything. But I wanted to be here for you because this story's been going. I mean, wow, like breaking all over Christmas, more and more coming to us every day. I guess he worked for her and Timmy. And he pled guilty. Okay, so he was convicted and he pled guilty. And yet you get these idiots over there on CNN and the mainstream media that do not seem to understand or want to recognize reality. I mean, talking about talking your book. Listen to this one, okay? This is the other night on CNN. And by the way, the story's been, remember, out there since 2012, 2014. It came up again in 2018. Like, it's been
decades.
Bubbling. We just found out now, though, like, you know what's really hit the fan, and it's bad. It's bad for Ilhan.
Yeah, they gotta do better this administration, for real.
It's bad for Timmy, the husband of Ilhan Omar, and it's bad for
Wow, y'all bogus for that one.
all of them. Okay,
Trump and Caroline, really? That's bogus.
With the ship, and yet
That's funny.
got CNN saying stuff like this.
Is the American project supposed to be about treating
Curly, you
people
funny.
as individuals?
Thanks for joining in.
As representatives of where they came from, about who their parents were, whatever, but about who they are and what they can individually contribute to this country. However, what Trump is doing there is basically saying you are worthless if you come from a part of the world that he doesn't think has value. Is that really what we're doing in the United States?
That's not true in America. That's
No,
not true.
we in America, we do treat people as individuals and appreciate them as individuals. It's one of the greatest things about this country. On the other hand, and I am no fan of Ilhan Omar, and she is in a lot of deep doo-doo now because she's very tangled in this $1 billion Somali Medicaid fraud scandal in Minneapolis, and she may be touched by this. And of course,
I haven't seen any evidence of her.
Well,
Oh, they go Abby with the bullshit. Shut up, Abby. Shut
Let me
up.
tell you what,
there is evidence.
this kind of rhetoric doesn't matter because the economy.
Okay, Kevin, I love you, but we needed Betsy to take her down there. Okay, so since Betsy didn't get a chance to do that, I'm just going to remind you that, yeah, there's all kinds of evidence. I mean, and this was already out there, but I guess if you're a CNN host, you don't want to, like, acknowledge these little things like evidence. The fact that the campaign staffer was one of the ones that pled guilty, convicted, pled guilty. Okay, CNN? So, know your facts, know the story before you get out and spout all this nonsense. I'm just sick of all of them. I mean, really.
Cortez, thanks for joining in.
Payroll or something.
Happy New Year's.
They don't ever want to admit the truth. Okay. Oh, we're picking on her because she's Somalian? No. We're picking on her because, you see, her ex-staffers involved. The people who were donating to her campaign are involved. The guy who hosted her victory party at the whatever Safari restaurant, he's one of the ones that's also been convicted. So, 1 + 1 is, last time I checked, 2. Okay? CNN, it's not like 252, but they don't want to admit any kind of reality. Clearly, we do acknowledge reality here, and this is the reality of what we're looking at. And you know what? It's getting worse. It's getting worse for Ilhan Omar and her hubby Timmy. Not Wall's the other one, because he's got this $30 million hoity-toity firm that he calls private equity firm, and I don't know, because this is not looking like private equity to me. This looks like political consulting, and he gets paid by Democrat campaigns to help consult and make suggestions, etc. In fact, he gets probably most of his money from Ilhan Omar's campaign. What do you know? He married the boss, and she pays her husband handsomely. So now, as a result, she's gone from like $200,000 in net worth to apparently up to $30 million with this private equity firm. It's not a private equity firm. I mean, you're welcome to take a look at it. This thing, if you read it online, it really does sound like a political consulting op, and that would just suggest.
Thank you for subscribing. Thank you.
Valuation for one political consulting op. Here we go. Oh, I love this. Let's see if we can get this. I told you it was going to be topsy-turvy today. Okay. Ilhan Omar went from nearly broke to being worth up to $30 million in just a year. That's a pretty massive increase. At the same time, you have this $9 billion fraud scheme involving the entire Somali community in her district unfolding right under her nose. I mean, think about that. You're talking about.
You're right. Start rumors and call names, yo.
actual prosecutions and apparently people who have been charged there. This is enormous and this is extraordinary. And yes, like I said, you get Tim Myatt, my net, like my net worth. Ilhan can say my net worth went up ever since I married Timmy and I decided to pay him millions of dollars for running my campaign. Like somebody should be looking into that too. Just saying. So now the question becomes, and I love the post because they could not have described her better. The question becomes, how much did they know was going on, and were there any kickbacks involved? Like, can we actually trace the money back to Ilhan and Timmy? My net worth. I wonder. So I love the post because they said the Jimmy Choo wearing socialist. I was actually just in a Jimmy Choo shop the other day. I had to buy some shoes for New Year's Eve, and I found some nice ones on sale, and I like them. They're actually comfortable. Jimmy Choo's, I actually wear a lot of their heels because they're, believe it or not, comfortable if you get the right kind. And I try to buy them on sale, but I just found that funny that, you know, somehow Ilhan, with her public servant job, is wearing the Jimmy Choo's. But, you know, it's because she married my net worth, and her my net worth went way up as a result. The Jimmy Choo wearing socialist introduced the Meals Act to Congress in 2020. Same day she announced her marriage to Timmy, relaxing over the sponsors children's meals program during the pandemic, which critics say allowed fraudsters to claim several $1 million worth of meals without any kind of verification, while pocketing millions of dollars in government subsidies. Shortly after the scheme played out, Omar's husband, political consultant Tim Myatt, launched Rose Lake Capital, a venture capital firm, in 2022. I mean, what kind of venture capital were they doing? Apparently, they launched this firm from a WeWork facility, and then he had a winery that's supposed to be worth millions, right? Because their net worth just went up to $30 million, and he's the big time private equity investor. You know, by the way, they get what I call a fat cat deal on taxes because they only have to pay, what is it? They pay themselves a salary, kind of. It really is a salary. They get paid on their investments, but they pay way lower tax than they'd be paying otherwise. So I wonder if there's a method to his madness, and the reason that he's calling it a private equity firm is because he can cash in better than otherwise if it was just a political consulting firm. So he launches this.
So Matt, how you doing? Thanks for joining in. Happy New Year's.
2022, and suddenly they are worth $30 million. It's like, wow. I mean, she's wearing all the Jimmy Choo she can get her hands on now. So the thing is, like, he's been accused of fraud before. So if you look at this again, this is a story coming to us from the Post, a pretty picture of the two of them. It says Omar's husband, Tim Myatt, has faced fraud allegations in the past related to his winery venture. He apparently presented his wine venture as like the real deal, and this woman sued him because she's like, I was on the hook for like having given him all this wine and this, that, and the other, and it turns out it wasn't really a real deal. Oh, by the way, that one was also a work address in D.C.
Thanks for joining in. Happy New Year's to you.
He's one of the people, but Ilhan,
Lord.
She doesn't regret any of this. She doesn't regret that all her constituents are now in jail, apparently. She was asked the question, what a gal.
Do you regret pushing forward that bill, the Meals Act? Do you think it led to the fraud?
Maybe the Somali fraudsters' kids. I mean, I don't know how many kids it was really feeding. Just like I don't know how many daycare centers were actually taking care of kids in daycare. Now, there's a whole bunch, you see, that's coming out right now as we speak in real time. And part of it is due to the hard work of some reporters, including some YouTube journalists, that are doing the work that say the mainstream media and 60 Minutes wouldn't be able to do. Like this kid, he's 23 years old, and wow, he's blowing the lid off everything. I want you to watch. His name is Nick Shirley, 23 years old, a YouTuber from Minnesota, and all he did was go through the rolls and like, look, okay, which daycare got this amount of money, which got that amount of money, and let's go check up on these daycares, right? Let's see if anybody's working at these daycares.
How you doing, Dimitri? If I'm saying it right, how you doing?
What he found is truly, utterly
My name's
astounding.
Deunta. Thanks for joining.
60 Minutes. This is who you need, okay? Forget those reporters that want to re-edit Kamala to sound like she's got a brain. Like, let's get the truth and only nothing but the truth. And I think you might get it from this kid. Take a listen.
I don't care who you are, you don't belong here.
I belong here just like you belong here.
Don't open up, it's ice!
Oh, look at Karen.
You realize that
Listen to
there's
Karen.
99 children here at this building, but there's no one here. This is a child daycare center.
99 children. Paid $1.9 million this year in CCAP.
Come on, Karen.
Do you know where the children are? Were they kidnapped? They run away? Where are the children? This is state of Minnesota. For here.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
Yeah, so who are you with here?
Oh, he's just been doing some research investigating the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Yeah, with Nick Shirley.
This lady, she's just calling us ICE. We're just trying to put law and order back in the streets of the United States.
Good for him. Good for him. Good for him. So
Yes, she is.
His name Nick Shirley. He's out there hitting the streets, and he came out with this sort of documentary, if you would, over the holidays. And Kash Patel noticed. That'd be the director of the FBI. And everybody's sitting there going, "Wait a second. How is it that this YouTuber?" Careful with us YouTubers. Us YouTubers, you know, we're actually, dare I say, real, okay? As opposed to the facades that you see on TV, like the CNN lady I just showed you. So this YouTuber went out there and just knocked on some doors, and what he found really, really, really is astonishing. I want to go to this daycare again, where they can't even spell learning right. I also want to talk about what you saw in that little clip, because it shows you a Minnesota lady who's like, "Oh, they're ICE, they're ICE." The Minnesota people are so generous and so lovely and so wonderful. They remind me a lot, and probably many of them are from Sweden originally, of the Swedes, right? Because Sweden has had a very similar problem with this infiltration of a Muslim population that really does not see eye to eye with how the Swedes believe they should live their lives. And so thus the Swedish people, their generosity has been badly taken advantage of, and now you're seeing pushback. And as a result, the conservative movement has really swelled in places like Sweden. It's also happened in France, of course, in Italy and Germany as well. But I think Sweden is a great example as it relates. It's a small place in many ways to Minnesota, and you see that woman out there accusing him of being ICE, and then the look on her face when she realizes, he's like, "Hey, I'm just investigating this because there's no kids here at this daycare," and it gets better. So I want you to, he brings receipts. Let's watch.
Massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong. And they said, leering, this daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. The strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were trying to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working. Midday. Children should be in here. And this place is licensed for 99 children. And this is the outside. There's no windows, no nothing. And like I said, they literally spelled the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota. The government is complicit with this.
Unbelievable. Another report in the New York Post today.
Yeah, Nick is definitely a patriot.
Camera videos that have just come out showing Somalians
May God protect that man. Man, his mom.
And then leaving, and apparently the belief is that cash was being exchanged. They were getting kickbacks, and I think.
Oh wow, Happy really? He said Walt's 28.
To drop their kids off. It's like
damn, Walt might be locked up, man.
How could I forget that? We talked about Medicare and Medicaid. We talked about feeding our future. We talked about
Damn, Timu, Charlie, Chuck Kurt, y'all foul. Damn.
For your kid, if you said that they had autism, imagine that. And then there were these fictitious programs that were
Welcome to the
set
channel.
up where they could collect all this government money, and so consequently, you look at the autism rate, and it totally soars in the state of Minnesota. I mean, this is bad. Okay, this is really, 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 really bad, and this is really
Happy
bad.
New Year.
This guy was nearly vice president. Think of the United States of America, Timmy Walsh, who was running the whole state. Okay, I almost said operation, but that's what it feels like, because if you're willing to look the other way, and I looked at video after video after video, and, you know, I'm dealing with limited resources here on a boat. Otherwise, I'd show you some of them, but, you know, maybe we can do that tomorrow. I don't know how much you really want to watch Jimmy Walsh with me, but he's just sitting there going, well, it's so prejudiced of people to say that. It's so prejudiced to somehow suggest that,
No, it
that
ain't
they're
BS.
involved in this fraud. But they had all the fraud. They had it on the books. They had accusations going back to 2012. You have whistleblowers from 2015.
Then you can't watch Trish no more, damn.
2018. And yet Timmy's like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. And somehow it's racist to even talk about it. I mean, my gosh. It's not looking good for those Democrat Minnesota politicians.
Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison. We see a web of connections between them and those directly involved in the fraud. For example, Ilhan Omar alleged introducing the 2020 Meals Act, which was ultimately subject to fraud. Held a campaign victory party at the Safari restaurant. That's where one of the men who run that restaurant has associations to the convicted individuals. And then there's Tim Walz. House Oversight Investigation role in his role as governor, or Keith Ellison, the Attorney General. His job is to enforce the law in Minnesota, but instead he's getting donations after meeting with the Feeding Our Future representatives. The Feeding Our Future, the biggest known yet part of this entire fraud.
I think we need some serious audits. Yeah. Okay, we need some audits, including this guy that you see on the screen. MyNet. I'll never forget it now. That just hit me. It's my net worth. You marry my net, your net worth of your Ilhan Omar, like, catapults from 200,000 to an estimated 30 million. Like, how can that be? Well, apparently somebody knows how to run the system. Yeah, really, really, really well. Well, we talked about this YouTuber, right? And I think this is great. So his name is Nick Shirley, and he found these daycare centers that don't actually have anybody in them. And so what does Tim Walz say? Oh, well, these people are just more examples of all kinds of bad things. I guess he's referring to him as a white supremacist. I mean, just because he's like calling out, can you guys believe that? I mean, you understand how crazy this world is when if you just admit the truth, because you think 1 + 1 is actually 2, but Tim Walz wants to tell you it's 228, and if you don't say it's 228, you're going to get labeled as a supremacist. I mean, that's pretty bad, and people are getting tired of it. Tom Emmer, who is now calling for possible criminal prosecution of Ilhan Omar, he's had it, he's sick of it, and he's like, you know what, you can't just say things like that about people. And by the way, Nick Shirley himself, let me see if I have this. I think he was actually on Fox just the other day, and this was actually brought up with him because he was he did this show, and I think we have.
Right, doesn't matter who they are. They can beat Trump. Send his ass to jail. He wrong.
Let's go to this.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
It's amazing to me that a 23-year-old journalist, a YouTuber, who's now got over 80
On both sides, you're wrong. Go to jail.
found more in a matter of hours than Tim Walz and Keith Ellison, our Attorney General, have found in 7 years, Mike.
Okay, but you know why that is? Because the YouTuber actually went looking for it. Walz doesn't want to see this. Ilhan, she doesn't want to see this. Ellison doesn't. They don't want to see this. You see, this hurts them because they have to be like, rah, 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 Somalia. You cannot win.
It hurts their eyes to see the truth. The eyes start burning.
The state of Minnesota.
My eyes. My eyes.
Minneapolis. The people that are running the fraud scheme. Well, that's kind of a problem. Yeah, let's listen to him.
I got to tell you, we've known in Minnesota about the daycare fraud for a decade. Keith Ellison is our current Attorney General. His predecessor, Lori Swanson,
they changed the Minnesota flag to represent the Somalian flag.
17 and 18. As soon as Ellison became the Attorney General and Walz became the governor, all of that stopped. And now you see the result. Billions of dollars, it has been alleged that they have fraudulently built out of Minnesota. There was a housing stabilization program that was created in 2020. It's through the Medicaid program, a different one other than daycare. They spent $161 million. It was estimated it was going to be $2 million a year, Mike. From 2020 until they shut it down in October, it was $161 million. This daycare fraud, there's one woman in particular who created a fake daycare and built $14 million on her own. This thing is huge. Tim Walz is absolutely singing a false song.
And he's singing a song that's, shall we just say, badly out of tune as well, right? Tim Walz is on his way out, I would suspect. I mean, if this guy gets elected after all of this, you know what, there's no hope for them, okay? But you're going to have to figure out if you're the FBI, if you're DOJ, and I don't have an enormous amount of...
Why keep on saying MAGA hate? I don't hate. I'm a MAGA. I don't hate.
Go back to the show that we did on Christmas Eve. I lit it up pretty bad because I'm sick.
I'm a Black American. I have no hate towards nobody.
Right in front of us, and I'm still like, hey, bam.
Keep America great.
Had we missed Jim Comey? Had we missed Letitia James? I don't like this, okay? So you know where I stand on that. And I've got to hope that they're going to do a little bit better this time. And at least we have Treasury involved, okay? So that's Pam. I just, I'm sorry. Like, I gave her a lot of rope. I gave her a lot of room. I don't think she's the smartest person for the job. I think that she's very good on television. She does have the loyalty of the president and his best interest at heart. I just don't think that, it's enough to get you there. That and a cup of coffee. I mean, that and $5 will get you a latte at Starbucks. Or maybe not even a latte these days. But the point is that Pam isn't quite capable of doing what needs to be done in a very serious moment like this. So when I look at what's happening in Minnesota, I am encouraged, however, by the fact that we have the Treasury Department there, and the Treasury Department is taking this very seriously. Why are they taking it seriously? Because there's the threat of terror financing going on, and that's a big, big deal. I'm going to get to that in a second, but first, quick shout out for one of our great sponsors here on the Trish Regan Show. We are so lucky to have our wonderful sponsors, including our friends at Balance in Nature. I happen to take the fruits and veggies, and I get a lot of different fruits and vegetables every day, courtesy of Balance in Nature. You can get the whole health system, though, for 50% off right now. Actually, new customers can get it for $79. I think an existing, too. The Treasury Department cited those people I had also cited and profiled as known terrorist financiers. So in working on that story, and I worked on this quite a bit, well over a year and a half, ultimately, what I learned was that there was something called a Hawala system. And it's dominant in Middle Eastern communities, and that's how they move money. So they're not necessarily going to use Western Union as much as they'll use the Hawala system, where I give money to you, who gives it to so-and-so, who gives it to so-and-so, and so-and-so's got a trip back over to Somalia, and on the way...
Yes, the rich card is definitely outdated.
It moves more quickly than
2026, baby. New shit, common sense, baby.
Trust. You call so-and-so, who calls so-and-so, who calls so-and-so, and gets the money to so-and-so. But it makes it actually very opaque and very difficult for our Treasury Department to be able to piece together exactly where the money is.
That's a good one. Somebody call him Sugar Walls. Oh, man. That's a good one.
Kind of money that's always taken effectively off the top for the bosses, okay? That would be, in this case, Al-Shabaab would be the terror organization they're most concerned about. So the fear here is that any which way you slice it, there was illicit activity in that if any money went overseas, and we know that the primary source, the primary economic source of funding in the state or country of Somalia, if you can call it a country, I sound like Trump now, but if you can call it a country, where do they get their money? It's not from their own economy. It's all these remittances that are coming back from the United States. And many, or most of them, it is now believed, were coming.
Look at this. Why is she wearing that? Why is she wearing that? Crazy.
That's bubbling up right now, but at this particular moment, what the Treasury Department is looking at, and sources tell me they have, some conviction here that this money went to bad places, maybe not intentionally. It's not like people were saying, okay, and I'm going to give 10% to who. It's just that that's how it works, and it's sort of a tax that one pays in that particular Hawala system. So this came up recently on CBS News. The reporter, who actually, I know her, we used to work together.
I guess she is a Muslim. She said that's her best friend for 20 years. I guess she is.
Studied a lot in the Middle East, and believe me, she knows this. She should know this anyway. She really should know that the Treasury is going to come up with something. But watch her exchange with Scott Bessent.
But at the same time, it's called pandering.
I'm just telling you, I have a lot of faith in him. I don't have
She's pandering.
in Pam Bondi. This guy is going to get the job done. Watch.
The president told you, though, this week to look into Somalis who, quote, ripped off that state for billions of dollars. He said they contribute nothing. What exactly are you investigating?
Well, Margaret, to be clear, the initial fraud that was discovered by the IRS, for which I'm the acting commissioner, is discovered by IRS Criminal Investigations Unit. This was not an endogenous thing that the state of Minnesota decided we had to go in and clean up the mess for them, and this is part of the continued cleanup. A lot of money has been transferred from the individuals who committed this fraud, including those who donated to the governor, donated to Representative Omar, and donated to A.G. Ellison, but they've been transferred to something called MBSs. And those are sorry.
Transferred to what?
These are money the Bureau services, and they're
Money Bureau services. Okay, so you're talking about companies that would transmit wire funding.
Wire transfer organizations that are outside the regulated banking system, and that money has gone overseas, and we are tracking that both to the Middle East and to Somalia to see what the uses of that have been.
Okay, but you have no evidence of that money being used to fuel terrorism at this point, which is what some conservative writers are alleging.
That's why it's an investigation. We started it last week. We'll see where it goes. But I can tell you that it's terrible. The Representative Omar tried to downplay it. Said, "Oh, it was very, it was very tough to know how this money should be used." Yeah. She was gaslighting the American people.
Well, we'll talk to her.
Yeah, but when you come to this country, you got to learn which side of the road to drive on. You got to learn to stop the stop signs, and you got to learn not to defraud the American people.
Yeah, you'd think that they would learn that, right? But if you don't know like those kinds of basics, I'm sorry, we can't quite help you. That was another Timmy Waltz special. He was quoted recently, and I played this for you guys. He was quoted saying that we have to do a better job teaching. It's like, no, that's not our responsibility, okay? Like, you don't have that together, then you really shouldn't be here. I'm sorry. But, there's like some basics that we kind of expect you to arrive with. Like some form of a moral code. So, she's after him. Well, you don't have any proven fraud yet. And he's like, well, we just started. I mean, they just started last week on this investigation. Believe me, they will have some. Here's City Journal reporting a lot of what I just actually told you there. Minnesota, they write, is drowning in fraud. Billions in taxpayer dollars have been stolen during the administration of Governor Tim Walz alone. Democrat state officials overseeing one of the most generous welfare regimes in the country are asleep at the switch. I mean, are they? Or that's being really generous. Or we could say maybe they knew damn well what was going on. They just chose to look the other way. They did not want to hear it. That's what we're hearing actually from some whistleblowers. That's come out through a state representative in the GOP who's saying, hey, she's heard from whistleblowers that they knew all about this and they just chose to ignore it. Why? Because this does not really work for them. It's really not that convenient when you need that population to be supporting you, or else you're not going to win Minneapolis. And without Minneapolis, you're not going to win Minnesota. It continues here. In many cases, the fraud has been allegedly perpetrated by members of Minnesota's rather sizable Somali community. Federal counterterrorism sources confirm that
Okay, James.
dollars in stolen funds have been sent back to Somalia, where they ultimately landed in the hands of terror group Al-Shabaab. As one confidential source puts it, the largest funder of Al-Shabaab is the Minnesota taxpayer. How do you like that? Here's the big article. The largest funder of Al-Shabaab in
All right, we got to come together and stay together.
is the Minnesota taxpayer. Just outrageous. I mean, absolutely outrageous, disgusting stuff. And you know what? We need to get to the bottom of this. It's a lot of what I was just explaining to you. Again, bear with us here because I am traveling. But I wanted to make sure I was here with you guys for today's show. And you know me, I only like to do live. Do it live, baby, right? I don't like the tape stuff because it just doesn't feel as authentic and genuine and as exciting. Plus, I'm a perfectionist. So I might just go back and edit it. I don't want to do that to myself or to you because, this is news and we got to get it on. So we'll deal with the imperfections, or at least I will. And I appreciate your willingness to deal with them here and there as well. Here we're looking at the City Journal. Again, they're talking about the Somali fraud rings that have sent huge remittances of money transfers from Minnesota to Somalia. According to reports, an estimated 40% of households in Somalia get remittances from abroad. Woo! In 2023 alone, the Somalia, effectively the mafia, they sent back 1.7 billion, the Somalian community, we should say. Which feels a little mafioso right now. Somebody brought up a really interesting question the other day, which is, remember that Somalia state representative that was trying to get the healthcare basically squashed? She didn't want all this money going for healthcare in Somalia, and she was gunned down. And a lot of people are asking questions about, did that have anything to do with anything that we're looking at here? I don't know the answer to that, but it's an interesting thing that probably one should spend some time on, including myself. So we'll shelve that today. I don't like to be too out in advance. I do want to look at that though and be able to report back to you with some cold hard facts as to whether or not there's belief for any kind of connection. Our investigation, they write in the City Journal, reveals that for the first time, some of this money has been directed to an even more troubling destination, the Al-Qaeda linked Islamic terror group Al-Shabaab. According to multiple law enforcement sources, Minnesota's Somali community has sent untold millions through a network of hawalas. This is exactly what I was explaining to you, because this is how it works. I'm telling you, I've done enough terror financing investigations in the course of my career. I've won enough awards for this. I know a lot about this, and these guys are spot on.
Yeah, she was assassinated, man. Took her out, man. So she voted against that shit. Her husband gone. That's crazy.
In the coffers of Al-Shabaab. Okay, so this is the Al-Qaeda.
Not enough media coverage on that.
Bad stuff. And we need this examined mucho pronto. I realize Treasury's working on it. I will say I have a lot of faith invested in his team. And I know that Treasury has looked into these things for years because I've worked with them many times over the years, including both parties, okay, to look at what exactly has been going on with some of these hawalas. And so this is what they're going to focus on right now. Now, it makes it harder to figure out whether Ilhan Omar is directly related because, again, there's not a lot of electronic proof. There's not a lot of handwritten proof. It's not like it's going through Citibank or something, right? You can't say, there's the money. I mean, in some cases, yes. And in fact, in some of my reporting, we actually found money that had gone through some rather prominent banks in New York. And so we were able to say, okay, there you go. But again, a lot of it goes through these hawala networks. And that's what Treasury is now looking into to try and figure out whether or not Ilhan Omar had any knowledge, whether Keith Ellison had any knowledge, and whether Tim Walz had any knowledge. I would just have to go back to, they looked the other way. And that in and of itself is a huge problem. I'm glad we got the link back up, you guys. It's important to me. I do enjoy going live. I like to be able to see you and talk to you in real time. I'm going to just bring up some of your comments here as I look at what your reaction is to all of this. I'm glad that we were able to get the feedback here alive and well. Elon Musk, we thank you for that because I'm using Starlink out in the middle of the sea here. But we have no audio? You don't have any audio? Is that true? Don't tell me that. No, you've got some audio. I see it. Maybe the audio was not flying on one of the sound bites. That would be unfortunate, but hopefully we're okay now. It's been a little challenging, yes, and maybe the answer is we're gonna maybe take a little break tomorrow, and I'll be coming back with you here in the new year, unless we get a good signal. If I get a good signal, I'm here. You know that. if the Wi-Fi is alive and well, you have Wi-Fi, I will deliver. But I'm having a blast because I'm here with my whole family, and it's really wonderful to spend time with them and to be able to spend time with you guys as well, and to be able to do this show and to report on such an important story. We've really only talked about Minnesota today, and I think Minnesota is the big story. I did see the news on the Kennedy family, and horrible that family has really just been plagued with a lot of heartbreak, of course, and Democrats are not. We don't wish that on anyone, and so we of course say a prayer for that family as they just lost their 35-year-old daughter. So very, very sad. But yes, glad the sound came back on. Jay Valdovan explaining that the sound did, I guess, have a hiccup there, and then you exited and you came back on and you were okay. So that's very, very good news. I am happy to have you guys all here. Yes, the Wi-Fi is better. I did not bring my puppy. Peace of my mind asking if I brought my puppy, and I gotta tell you, every time I see a dog, I'm like, oh, it kills me. It kills me, right? My puppy, who's now no longer a puppy, but he looks like a puppy. He looks like a puppy. He actually looks like a girl. He's a little tiny petite. So I tell the kids, you can't put any ribbons in his hair because then people get really confused, especially these days. Anyway, my dog is back home, living the good life, but I do miss him. I will see him next week, of course. It is great to have you here. Thank you so much for all you guys do. It's been a wonderful year. Wow. I mean, think of what we've been able to accomplish. Do you know, if you haven't followed me on Spotify, please go do that as well. I put that in the links in the show notes. I put Spotify right there.
Okay, let's see.
We are now in the top 1% of all video shows on Spotify. And gosh, guys, that's with like only 17,000 subs. I think we got to 17,000. So maybe that says more about Spotify than it does me to be in the top 1% because they don't have that many video shows on Spotify. But I'm so proud of that. I'm so proud of us being at nearly 1.2 million here on.
All right, one more video, guys, and I'm going to call it quits. Hope you like this one.
About how the average American is starting to feel as major corruption.
This will be the last one. Then I'm going to go ahead and call it quits until later on. Enjoy.
The daycare fraud. This is not just about money being stolen anymore. It's about a growing feeling that being a good citizen, being a hardworking person, paying your taxes may not be worth it. People are starting to feel stupid. They think, well, I'm here, I'm playing by the rules, I am working hard, I'm
You're welcome, no problem.
family, I'm doing the hard work.
I do listen.
I'm the idiot. You see the memes online and we laugh, like, oh, me on my way to work, thinking that I should have just opened a daycare center in Minnesota and made billions. And again, it is funny, but it's also deeply sad. Because the next thing is, why am I even doing this? And that's the part that no one wants to talk about, because this kind of feeling shapes culture. I come from Brazil, as you know, and in Brazil we have this thing we call the Brazilian way, which is the idea that there's always a shortcut, there's always a loophole, a way to take advantage of a situation. And people think it comes out of nowhere. Oh, it's just the Brazilian way of living. No, this comes from years of Brazilian people being robbed and nothing being done with the thieves. So we now think that survival means cheating the system before it cheats you. Eventually, people stop believing that being honest is rewarded. When a society teaches its citizens that being honest makes you a loser, well, that's really dangerous. You don't just lose money. You lose trust. You lose dignity. You lose the culture that holds it all together. And once that's gone, it's really hard to get back.
That was a great video. Very well said. Very well said. I mean, she's 100% right, because we got people who are coming here gaming the system and literally getting away with it. Like, first they were incentivizing illegals to come over here, giving them free housing and all these legs up. And now we have an immigrant community who's 90% on welfare, gaming the system, starting fraudulent businesses, finessing millions of dollars, and the administration in place there is allowing it and protecting it and abetting it. So it's like, why are we following the rules and other people can just come here and finesse and get ahead and get away with it?
Also, the part I don't like is like the people who are just extreme left are so just for it that they are literally they're saying like right here they're talking about make sure.
Oh no, safe and effective.
They said that's part of white supremacy. That's what I'm saying. How is it white supremacy to not want people to do illegal things? That kind of sums up.
They all together.
The black community, that sums up what's happening Somalians, like if you speak against fraud or wrongdoing, if it's not done by white people, then you're a white supremacist.
You know, that in itself is ridiculous because Tim Walz himself was like, yeah, there's fraud, but white men commit most fraud. Like, who gives a shit?
That's not what we're talking about.
Why are you
right
moving
now.
the goalposts? Like, I hate when people move the goalposts
YouTube
to
News.
justify bad
Yeah.
actions by saying, well, this group commits bad actions, but white people do it too. I don't give a shit. We're not talking about that. Like, we're talking about this specific instance. And it's like, it's just ridiculous because if they're not white-skinned, it's like I'm supposed to be against it because I'm also not white-skinned.
That doesn't make
sense.
sense.
It's ridiculous.
All things is just bad.
If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Yeah.
Like actual death threats.
Yeah, well, in person and also.
Can you tell me about that? Like, are they messaging you saying we're gonna get you? What are they saying to you?
Yeah, like they're saying, oh, like Kirked. You're gonna be Kirked.
You're gonna be Kirked. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, like you're the next one. You'll be the next Kirk. And it's just like, are you kidding me? It's not even like I hate what's happening right now. Like, I feel bad for my family, honestly, because it's like, yeah, like we didn't do anything wrong, and yet you guys are coming after me like I'm some sort of villain, right? So I'm like, my little sister's getting phone calls. I'm like, why are you guys doing this?
Your little sister's getting phone calls.
Yeah, from like the news. I'm like, geez, don't talk to my family. I mean, some news in India, they doxed my home. They doxed my dad. They it was really weird. I haven't even told my dad about that because I just don't want to even bother about it.
Well, Dad, you know now.
But like they put it, like it's just like, are you guys kidding me? Like, why are you guys coming after somebody for going against fraud? Like, I didn't make this a right or left issue. I just showed you guys that fraud was happening, and now you guys are coming after me. You're saying, yo, I'll be the next Kirk. You're literally stopping at intersections and coming after me and trying to attack me. Like, what? Why are you so evil? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, what? Why are you defending fraud? You like money being stolen? No. And what are you doing? You're a racist. No, I'm not a racist. I'm just telling you what the facts are. That you guys are stealing money from the people that are working hard here inside the United States. I was literally talking to a black man, and then the Somali man comes out. He's also black, so I can't understand what they're thinking, calling me a racist. I'm having a great conversation with a black man, and then another black man comes up. He's Somali descent, and he comes like, no, I'm not a racist. It's so stupid. And that's why the fraud has been able to happen for so long, because people like Tim Walz are afraid to be called racist, afraid to be called racist. And me and my generation, we're over it. And we don't care. Like, we do not care. Call us racist. I do not care, because I'm not a racist. We're just seeing that prices of homes are so expensive. I don't even have a friend who can afford a home. People aren't getting married because of how expensive things are. And we're paying so much money in taxes. Most kids are, I'm lucky because I didn't go to college, but most kids are starting their life off behind the starting line. They're thousands of dollars in the debt. And so, yes, we're upset because you guys are stealing millions of dollars and getting rich, and then you're bragging about the white man working on TikTok. Who's actually the racist? You're the racist. You're the one saying the white man, you work, white woman, you work, white man. We're sick of it. Nobody cares. Like, stop committing fraud. You're going to be here. Be happy to be here and work hard like we're working hard. Whether you're black, Mexican, Asian, white, just go and work. And don't start playing this victim card and start trying to play political, make things political about money, for instance. So don't get mad at people for making money. Like, that's why America is the greatest country in the world, is because of capitalism. And we had 250 years to do it. All these other countries had thousands of years to do it, but they didn't do it. That's why we have to protect what's ours.
Wow, that was extremely well said.
That was extremely well said.
Everything was facts he just said.
I mean, it's facts. It's like we are an example of that. I mean, we're following all the rules, and I mean, a lot of us are fortunate to have been on scholarship to go to college. But it's like, I mean, when I was in undergrad, I didn't have a full scholarship until my sophomore year. The end of my sophomore year. So I had to pay to go to school. So I had some student loan debt that I had to pay back. And it's like, I'm fortunate that it wasn't an exorbitant amount, but there's lots of kids our age who are thousands of dollars in debt, 50, 60, 70, 100,000 in debt, paying it. Like, every time they get a check, they have to pay it. Then they got to pay their rent. Then they got to buy groceries. There's no money. Like, and they're struggling. And we got people coming here, gaming the system, rubbing it in our face, telling us they're just as American as us while they can't speak against it. When they speak a foreign language and wave their foreign flags, like, I have every reason to be pissed off about that. And then people keep posting under
black. I'm American. I was born here. My loyalty is to here and the people that are here. I have more in common with these racist white people like Nick than I do with any immigrant. So it's like I'm gonna side with him. It's not even rocket science here. So I think everything is just I think it's just right versus wrong. Yeah. How are you gonna justify stealing because a person is a skin color that you also are? That is not right. That is wrong. I was taught stealing is wrong. Doesn't matter what color you are. If you steal, you're wrong. So why would I justify stealing to make y'all like me? I don't care. That's why they call us all types of names, because we talk about what the black community is doing. We talk about what Somalians are doing. If it is wrong, it is wrong. If there was white people on here doing fraud like this, we would say it is wrong. 10th commandment, don't steal. Simple. If you steal, not with you, because I don't steal. We work for what we do, but still, it doesn't make no sense to me, bro.
You know what's crazy? If we try to join the Somalian community, they won't accept us.
They won't accept us.
That's why it's crazy. People always bringing that argument up.
Bro.
Even if you go to African, they're going to look at you as American.
I need to pull something up. And Tucker made a good post about this. Okay, real quick, guys. I saw this yesterday from Tucker. Tucker's my guy. Saw this yesterday from Tucker. I thought it was interesting. Ilhan Omar isn't from here, and she somehow went from a refugee camp in Kenya to the U.S. And in a couple of years, she's talking like a white liberal. Well, how did that happen? It's not a feature of traditional Somali culture. She got this way from the white liberals that are here. They taught her to think this way. And that's why if you speak against anything they do, who's going to be the first one attacking you?
From CNN, can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
You are going to say it's a left or right issue? But no, fraud is fraud. So I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Did you come during our normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day, later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside. There should be a way for somebody to actually call that number and somebody to be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk
We know that.
Reception.
Every daycare is locked. Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. But why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments and cases have been going on.
Right.
For
Must be
years.
born here.
I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children. They're receiving millions of dollars. You're going to nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
Here we go.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Only one. Come on, man.
Reporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside.
Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump
They said they're legit. They have to be legit. I called the girl. I saw the crack dealer dealing crack. I asked him, "Hey, you selling crack?" He said, "No, he's not selling it, officer. He's not." 3 crackheads walked by him. He just high-fived them. He didn't sell them anything.
You know what?
He said he didn't do it.
You know what's crazy to me to think about all the people that got locked up for PPP and people didn't have this much outrage like they did for this. This is insane, though.
It's ridiculous, man. This whole thing
Facts.
is ridiculous. The part to me is just, if you speak against it, you're a traitor to your race. You're a white supremacist.
Like, what the hell?
What?
Wrong is wrong.
Wrong is wrong, bruh. We call out all types of wrong. We don't care.
Somebody probably got mad and said, "Man, y'all gave away the sauce."
They said, "We didn't do it." That's like you going to 2-man with your homie. She said, "Is your homie cute?" "Yeah, my homie cute." "Yeah, what I'm supposed to say."
So y'all want to drop a daycare after this?
You might have to.
Administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud.
Well, they said MAGA YouTuber, right? That's funny.
We have talked about fraud. We have got.
They said it to throw you off.
We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, the stream of children walk inside. You're saying that this is a fraudulent daycare? There's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the Commissioner of Children literally said a week ago this place was closed. They're showing face right now.
A viral video
Yeah, hacking the system.
claims, and their full fallout remains to be seen.
Wendy, you mentioned in your story that there were dozens of convictions going back to 2022. Can you explain what those convictions established?
Oh, damn. When the football Texas Tech offense sucks. Oh, shit.
Massive fraud case that has now led to more than 50 convictions, 56 people at least convicted
Okay,
as
Teddy.
of September of this year, Jim.
Thanks for joining in.
At least 78 people have been indicted in that case. It was this sprawling investigation that DOJ has really touted as their effort to try to root out what is a fraud problem here in Minnesota.
So it is a problem, but you're trying to say his claims are not true.
And if you speak on the problem,
You're a white supremacist.
it's ridiculous. Just like if you speak on the problem in the black community,
You're a sellout.
so it's almost as if the left, when there are things going wrong, they want
No, corporate media is lying. They being lobbied, getting paid to lie,
because they defend it so
to
much.
push the bullshit.
Crazy to think about all this money.
Us YouTubers, we pushing the truth.
The price of everything is up because it's a lot of disposable cash. That's why.
And some do more research than others, but the truth is there.
So we saw the
Just
other
look for
day,
it.
Food stamp fraud, daycare fraud, autism
Unemployment.
fraud. This don't even go into the regular fraud that they've been getting since day one.
I know some people that used to hit the California unemployment fraud.
Unemployment fraud. It's all types of fraud.
A manager in the Comey's daycare center in Minneapolis says someone broke into the facility and
They say
stole
lazy as
$100.
hell. Damn.
My dog ate my homework.
That's literally what this is along the lines of.
Yesterday morning, I was called by the owner because unfortunately someone came in to our daycare. We looked and saw.
They only took documents, no computers, nothing expensive, just paperwork. That's crazy.
From the back kitchen, and he also destroyed the wall to come in. As we walked around the daycare, we saw that our office doors.
Real quick, these are the people. These are the ones I'm talking about, guys.
So you look like Ron DMC. When a New York hat in Minnesota. It doesn't matter what kind of hat you wear, but it's funny.
Look at this. These are the ones Tucker's were talking about. This is who Tucker's talking about. This
Look at Karen in the background.
we don't know black.
She don't want you in her neighborhood, but you're gonna make sure you stay in the other's neighborhood. Them Karens don't care about us. They want you to stay in the same neighborhood that you came in and tearing up. Don't come to theirs.
Important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation that was gone.
And then the police said when they came in for the burglary, nothing was taken.
That were ripped
The police said this.
our check papers. that
So
were
he's lying.
This is devastating news, and we don't know why this is targeting our Somali community.
One DMC in the 60s. What? No.
A specific individual made this all happen.
In the 60s.
So we've been receiving hateful messages
What?
through our voice notes threatening us for the past couple of days,
It was in the 80s.
including one that happened yesterday morning when after the break-in. This is frightening and exhausting because this is happening to us Somali communities as Somali Americans.
But it was in the 80s, must
We
be
are supposed to
60s.
stand
Where
with
that come
each other
from?
and help each other through everything that's happening. This is also sad that a video can cause all of this. I want to say that there are hundreds of daycares out there, Somali daycares that are out there, and we all help our children and everyone.
Okay, the ages. Okay, well, yeah.
We have high quality daycares, and this is very sad news that one individual who made a false claim about fraud that is happening in daycares.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm the captain now. That's a good one, Pussyfoot. That's a good one. Thanks for joining in.
This is BS.
I am very sorry for my
Happy New Year's. Like and subscribe.
Yes. Oh, it's very convenient that the organization just lost their employee log and child today, and where the money went log. Very convenient. This is in Ohio. Even in Ohio, they finessing.
Bam, showing you 161 Child Care in Columbus, Ohio. And as you can see, it does not look like a child care center at all. It is locked. It says it's open. There's a little desk right there, but the ceiling's all falling out and stuff like that. And if you come around back, you can see that this place is just a total dump.
This looks abandoned.
Literal just debris everywhere. This is a question. How do you enroll? How do you enroll your children here? You can't do that? No kids?
They say allegations are more important than evidence now. Well, it seems like that. Like some of these conspiracies became true, became fact, and some of these conspiracy theories, they became true.
This is a money that gets.
Oh wow.
Hey, but that is funny, bro. They are over here wrapped in. Okay, I'm not gonna go that far. They are over here finessing. What you finna say? I'm not gonna say it. What you about to say? I'm not gonna say it. Bad, I'm not gonna say it. They're over here finessing, y'all. All right, guys. Before we watch this video, what are the chances Abby backs them? 100%.
Minnesota officials say that each of the facilities that he visited had been visited at least once in the last 6 months. And so far, they found no evidence of fraud. So shouldn't we have to provide actual evidence of fraud before just walking up to a building and saying fraud is happening?
Who is he? Like, who gave this guy license to go around and say, I couldn't get into daycare centers, the doors were locked. Like, nobody should be able to walk into a daycare center because the doors are locked. These random vigilante justice, something that people in this country know a lot about, these random vigilante justice seekers.
Let it have been a MAGA supporter, a Republican, doing the same bullshit. It'd be a whole lot worse. Y'all be going crazy, the left side. That's crazy how it is the opposite.
Celebrating cutting off funding to children. The white evangelical crowd who purports to uphold these Christian values are celebrating targeting communities because of their ethnicity and cutting off care to children. It's utterly ridiculous. And
You a stranger before you sign up into the daycare. So yeah, you a stranger. You gotta sign up to become a member.
We all heard what Donald Trump said from the White House to pretend that this is some sort of opinion versus this opinion. No, we hear this right now. And so we have to call these things out with outrage, with righteous indignation that this type of thing, one day it's the Somali community, the next day it's another community. What is hard about saying this is awful? What is hard about saying we should all care about children? And it's not just racist and xenophobic, it's actually dangerous.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's putting American citizens in danger because it is putting a target on their back. But there's something else that I think is really disturbing to your point about who this YouTuber is. And that all of a sudden, because he made this video that has gone viral.
All he did is come to the door with a cell phone out and somebody with a piece of paper in their hand. How is that harmless? How is that dangerous?
Those videos that we were showing, those are performative. They're walking into a deli and asking questions and then saying, have a nice day. That's not.
Do these daycare centers have any type of recording of kids going in and out?
They're gonna do this to the black community.
They really prove if it's kids in the building or not. If they got cameras in there to prove they're coming in and out. This shut all this down. Where the video evidence of kids being in there? More than an hour. At least for a day. How about that?
Visitors in your land and they're suspected of doing something. I don't think it's wrong for the natives of that land to be up in arms if there was suspected fraud. To sit here on this television station and act like you're doing us a service by telling us we should be against this and that it's wrong. Well, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. What's wrong is what they're doing. What's wrong is them getting our system. What's wrong is them exploiting tax dollars under the expense of actually helping children when no children are being helped. You should be against that. If you really care about children, you should be against the programs that are put in place to benefit, to help children, our future of this country, being exploited. Because if this exploitation keeps happening, and in order to stop the exploitation, the program
McDonald's is the
All right, you guys, I'm gonna end that video. I've been on for some hours now. I appreciate you guys. Like and subscribe. Happy New Year's. Love each other. God is in control. Appreciate you guys joining in with me. I'll be back soon. Peace.